In a little bit.
Well, we are.
Yep.
People.
Good
We're back.
afternoon. Good afternoon. So absolutely. Sariang, how was your Eid?
It was great, man. It was great. I'm still finishing up my meat, so it was really great. ATL, ATL. you know, I had some in the sink right now. I'm about to barbecue them with that kind of spice mix. What's her name? Mai
My
sent me
dame.
something special, and
Right.
that's a barbecue lamb spicy mix. So I seasoned that overnight. I put some jerk seasoning in it, and when you
Right.
put that on the grill, it takes care of even the bone, Musa.
You're a good chef. The way you sound sometimes.
I don't mess around with meat. I take care of the meat. I mean, really, really good. I'm telling you.
Bado subo.
What did
Subo,
He's
you
a
I
body
take
bunga.
yes.
you do it Bunkel style?
And after it's crispy, I put a little bit of olive oil on there, and I put my onions and add some black pepper. Man, that stuff is good, Musa.
Okay. It was definitely nice seeing you in Atlanta having the Eid
Yeah,
at
yeah.
the capital, the diaspora capital. So it was definitely nice seeing you.
Coach, he was coach, he has a lot of props, man, at the praying ground. They said, let's all pray for Father Mose. People, and I'm happy that folks are able to recognize that, because the community was able to come together. They were able to pray the first Salah and the second Salah, and
Yeah.
he provide his venue, set it up for absolutely free for the congregation to come together. So that was very, very commendable. So
No,
you
he
know,
is
we,
Mafi gonna ice him on, but I think he's a. In fact, I don't think I know he's a model citizen. Uh, in Atlanta, because definitely he is married to that community and is so passionate about it and all that. So
Mm.
in fact, when it is July 4th, Musa is like somebody, "Melni jigen yu matu." It's like, a woman that is about to have a baby. That's what he's like. It's like he cannot sit, he cannot stand, he cannot. It's like, but he's what you do for that community definitely is immeasurable, and we really appreciate you, even though he talks them up more than they are. This Atlanta thing, the capital, and all that.
So have you
And
have you seen the latest video? Boy, we did July 4th. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Yang. I'm glad you confirmed that you're coming. Now, this is, oh my goodness, post-COVID. It's poised to be one of the best July 4th. I'm talking
he
about going all
goes,
the way back to the 2000s. I mean, it's going to be a bang. Musicians all over Senegal, Gambia, you name it. And also, sorry, and we're going to be having Milan Soul Fraser Global Properties. They are coming to Atlanta. The first tour of the United States starts in Atlanta on Thursday. My Atlanta folks, and some of you guys that are kind of coming to the July 4th early, mark this on your calendar. Thursday, the July 4th, after all these fireworks rolled into Savannah at 5 o'clock, Global Properties is going to be there. And I'm talking about hatching deals. So then I know you got a beautiful home back home. I get that. But Sailor, you need to invest in real estate. 401k ain't going to do it. I mean, you know how it is. Return on investment in the US, you leave your money in a savings account, 401k, grab that money, buy one of these properties, come to Savannah event, talk to Saul Fraser and his team. I can guarantee you, you'll be having an apartment as an investment property. And folks like Pasamba, John Wari, Yangi Bugadem, Dalal, I want to stay at a hotel, my friend.
man du bare dalal de.
Yo, dama fi buga wax sax sa secret yi de. There's a
Sekare
reason
nga
why
amut.
you stay,
Mane.
why
Sekare mo
you
nga amut. Go
what
ahead.
look, money. I'm
I
not gonna
challenge
tap.
you.
You were staying at a hotel, Bori. What was the name of the
but
hotel?
Musa, you can't come on.
Man,
Coco
naga,
Osos.
body
Negro
Coco
was
Oso.
staying in one of those. But anyway, digressing a
Yeah,
little
and
bit.
that was part of the global properties too. Very nice, very
Yes.
close to. And the good thing about it, especially the ocean view, is aqua view. You can, when you're sleeping and you can hear the waves.
Yes.
It
Pa,
was really
you
nice.
make it a lot of support.
So what I
Hearing
used
the
I
waves.
used to do in the morning, I'll take a walk
That's
and
why
just
they name it Aqua.
I'll call Gigi by video and said, well, this is what you're missing. So but yeah, and global properties, they're doing this tour. They should be in the nation's capital. In fact, you saved the best for last. On the 19th of July, of course, you have to go to these nyama nyama places and then go to the real deal in DC here. But I think, like most you said, definitely buying these homes, you can rent them, get your money, and you don't have to worry about suma jarbar halis bi takana si jabar. You know how it used to be. You go home and then they will be sending you pictures of all these houses. You are all excited to go home and say, "Where is my house?" And everybody will be looking at you like, "What are you talking about?" But I think it's good. The environment is conducive to people going back home and all that. Why I know when Saul is here, we'll talk about that, and then after that, definitely it will be followed by an interview with my brother Essa Mbye Faal.
My fun.
But I wanted to say something, Musa.
Yeah.
You know me and watching old stuff.
Maganya.
So I was watching the December 1991 PPP Congress when they were crying, "Duñ ko nangu tay, duñ ko nangu elek." When Jawara said he was leaving. Then I saw another video, and just tell you the Gambia that was. This was a youth conference.
Yeah.
And guess who was the chair? Who was chairing that conference? The one who was the Essa Omar Mamar Njai of the election process. It was Usainu Dabo, lawyer Usainu Dabo.
Oh, really?
Yes, was chairing it, was counting the votes, and I saw like young Swaibu Ture, young Bai Babukar Sise, young Sheikh Ndao representing Doi, the
Right.
Imid Ndongs, the Keba Jalos and others representing the PPP.
PPP,
NCP had their representatives, GPP had their, so it was pretty much all political parties were represented in this, the youth of the parties at the time coming together to they were electing a national youth, whatever forum that they are going to, organization or so. So it was across party lines. And I was watching, I'm like, wow, this is really interesting. And it was so nice, and seeing Mr. Dabo, I'm like, oh man, if anybody had told Mr. Dabo that in 4 years you will become the leading opposition candidate, he would have said no, it wasn't. But I'll try to share the video one of these days. It was really, really interesting seeing that. And seeing him counting the votes. I'm like, okay, there we have Ali Omar Jai before he became candidate. But I think it was really, really interesting at that time. How everybody was so cordial, to each other, and then, they were sharing their ideas here and there, making their nominations, voting, and it was an open ballot, and it was a secret ballot. So they will give you a paper, and you write the name of the person that you're voting for, and send it to Mr. Dabo, and he was there counting, putting the ballots aside, and was sitting next to your Fana guy, Charno Ture. Because he was the director of youth sports and culture.
Yeah. Okay.
So he was there, and I was looking at Charno, and my mind raced back to when he used to say, "Xam nga football season and mbokk la." Wow. So bu dee soo xewee xam nga jamono mbokk su xewee foo dem tëf ngay dégg nu ñoo lakkee affaire yi. So but we have Saul. Saul is here.
Yeah. Saul, good afternoon. Saul, can you hear me?
Is it connected to your AirPods or something? Can't hear him.
Saul, can you hear us?
He's muted.
Yes, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Saul, good afternoon. Welcome. Well, good evening on your side of the world. And welcome to the 40 People by the People. I cannot even believe that you've never been on this platform. First time you've dropped the ball.
Saul has not been?
Of the Gambia? So this is the first time he's appearing on this platform?
Because Saul didn't mind hogging the spotlight. So he would send the surrogates to come and speak on his behalf. So
It wasn't like that at all. It wasn't like that at all. Yeah. I do follow it and I watch it sometimes.
Right.
But
right.
I'm happy to be here.
Absolutely. We're going to bring you, I think, for a special one, whereby it's only going to be you, a couple of hours, something like that. Of course, today is a little bit different, but I'll allow my sailor over there to kind of introduce himself, Brother Sariang.
Yeah, good morning from my end, Mr. Fraser.
Sariang,
Welcome to for People by the People show. Looking forward, and thank you for reaching out to the diaspora, and hopefully, this venture would be meaningful to some of the folks that are looking to own a home in Gambia. Welcome.
Thank you. It's an absolute honor to be on this platform, and it's also an honor to be able to come out to the diaspora, because they have been the backbone of my company over the last 17 years. Without the diaspora, I doubt whether we would be where we are today. And this coming out there is a way of showing appreciation to the contribution of the diaspora over the last 17 years. But it's not the first time, obviously. There's been a big gap since we did our last one. But we couldn't be more excited to come out there, especially with our biggest portfolio in the history of global properties that we have to offer to the people out there. So it's quite exciting.
Thank you.
So Saul, let you just get you started. Global properties.
So Saul, I was talking about people are saying people are basically asking a lot of questions. Yes, there's gonna the tour is starting on Thursday, July 4th in Atlanta. You guys have. So could you kind of run through the gamut? What should they expect? Is it my screen, guys, or is it just me?
Is your internet?
Yeah.
Sorry, is it me or? Huh?
Is your internet? If you live in a third world city like
so
Atlanta,
you guys are good though. So maybe it's me. That's fine.
We are great.
That's fine. So
yes, every other
okay, that's good.
Seems to be.
So Saul, I don't know whether you
I caught the last bit where you asked what the people in Atlanta should be expecting, or maybe throughout the tour. The point of coming out there is obviously to reach out and make it easier and accessible for people to come and ask information that will probably be difficult to answer, whilst they're there. And we're hoping to come with a team of our developer partners, Swami India, and also with the bank, Guaranteed Trust Bank, who's been our partners for a very long time. They offer mortgages, long-term mortgages for people that are interested in investing. And the idea is, prior to coming, we'll share the necessary required documents that is needed for someone to be offered a personal, a loan or a mortgage per se. And if those conditions are met, then the likelihood of being offered a loan or a mortgage on the spot is a possibility. But like I said, prior to coming, we'll share all this information on what is needed. But usually it's your last 3 months bank statement, last 3 months pay slips, proof of residence, proof of employment, and you tend to qualify to borrow against, the properties that we have for sale. That's one aspect. The other aspect is, like I said, we're also looking forward to meeting our existing customers, or people that have been with us for a very long time, but have a question or two about their existing investments and so on. So we're looking forward to meeting up with new clients, existing clients as well, and people who generally just support what we do in real estate as a whole.
Yeah, there are people basically asking that they want to know the prices, whether apartments or houses in dollars. So can you give us like the low end and the high end?
Now we have, like I said, in the history of global, we've never had such a vast portfolio that we have at the moment, and the prices varies anywhere from $4,000, $6,000 for a piece of land, up to apartment 3-bedroom complexes for around $230,000. So, like I said, there's a big range And I think we have offering that suits, all sort of clienteles and depending on what is that you're looking for. So we're excited. Don't be discouraged. Come over. Let's have a chat, and I'm sure we can find a solution for you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Saul.
Thank you.
Saul, so you guys have been in the business for a very long time, and like you alluded to, most of your customers are in the diaspora. Now,
Indeed.
Atlanta is not the only city that you're visiting, because you have to start from the low and going to better and more vibrant places. What other cities are you visiting during this tour, and how long is the tour?
For now we have 6 to 7 states that are confirmed. Obviously, we would be interested in adding it more as long as we can have the audience to speak to. But we're looking at starting at Atlanta and then Seattle. Texas is also there. We have some days that we're going to spend in New York as well, and various other states. I mean, all the detailed information will be shared on our social media web pages and so on. So stay tuned for more information regarding the states and the dates.
So this tour, is it only going to be Global Properties coming, or are you guys coming with your partners, and who may those partners be?
It's Global Properties coming with Swami in the International, and also our other financing partners, which is Guaranteed Trust Bank, who've been financing our clients for a very long time. So we're looking to bring all those partners on board, subject to getting all the paperwork in place. But we're hopeful that they'll be able to join us, all of them.
Okay.
Yes.
Uncle Musa or Uncle Saria.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Fraser. As you mentioned earlier, you said you had the biggest portfolio. And if you could kind of walk us through the lending process, because, on this side of the world, if your mortgage is approved, then, either the house is in build motion or it's completed, depending on your choices. How does it work on your end? So, for instance, folks in the diaspora, if they met the criteria and they approved, and they had a choice in mind, which is already built, is that like a certain number of years and the keys are going to hand it? How does the transition work?
Right. When I say we have a vast portfolio, if you remember when we first started, we were just offering service plots of land, and that was it. Now we have affordable housing. We have sort of affordable luxury apartments in the offering, as well as luxury apartments. So in total, I think we currently have more than 6 or 7 developments going on currently that people can choose from. The idea is if you're able to find something suitable for you, banks will come on board with obviously a small deposit put down, and then they will finance the rest. Some of the units are already ready that you can start making income from straight away. But then other units will be probably ready by the end of the year or maybe next year. But during that time, you also you also get property appreciation. Now, one of the things that the banks are very particular with is someone who has a consistent income over the last, let's say, 6 months at least. But usually they certify themselves with the last 3 months pay slip, last 3 months bank statement, proof that you are in full-time employment and that you have you're living in the US legally, or can prove that obviously you have something going on for you. What has been pleasant is that over the last years we've been doing mortgage financing. The default rate has been non-existent. I wouldn't say it's 100% default proof, but the ones that we're having issues in terms of honoring those repayments, where we were able to find solution for them to make sure that both the bank and the client became happy at the end. So our experience is vast. I think just because of that, you have nothing to lose by just coming out there, asking questions, getting answered, and making sure that you prepare yourself for one of the biggest investments that you're going to make in your entire life.
Thank you. My other question is, so based on the baseline set for qualification, if someone falls short, is there sort of a co-signer or guarantor that the bank will entertain as far as some people who fall short, or if there is an income bracket that the bank goes with. If someone falls short, are they entertaining like someone who is a co-signer or guarantor for that loans?
Yes, the options are open. Like I said, we've had people come together and buy properties. We have people finding another way to come up with the deposit that is required to meet the requirements of the banks. In terms of how it is structured, the flexibility is there. Being someone who lived in the diaspora in the past and know how things are there, we try to make sure that we allow all possibilities and explore all options before we turn you down 100%. So the flexibility is absolutely there, and we're happy to listen and see what solutions can be put in place to make sure that we provide you with the house or investment that you so desire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Saul, I heard you mention about affordable housing.
Yes.
And the next thing that came out of your mouth was like $200,000. Most Gambians, even here in the US, they'll be like, whoa, and that is supposed to be affordable. And so when you said affordable, what range are we looking at? And also in terms of interest rates, here in the US, FHA loans, the interest rates tends to be a little bit, reasonable to some extent. What kind of interest rates are you looking at, say, for someone who is interested in maybe buying a 3-bedroom affordable apartment, for instance, and trying to get a loan at the same time? What are you looking at?
Yeah, you might have missed out when I mentioned affordable housing. I said the portfolio ranges from as little as $4,300 for a service plot of land, all the way to $270,000. Now, the affordable housing range, where we have a 3-bedroom house, is starting from $3 million, which is about $43,000 US, and that gives you a 3-bedroom house, with the land and everything involved. So I believe that would be a bit that is classed as affordable.
Yeah,
where you down 20% deposit, then the balance is obviously mortgaged by the bank. Now, the current interest rate has been going up and down for some time. The current interest rate, I wouldn't know on the top of my head, but I think it's between 15 and 20% here locally. The whole idea of getting the mortgages is to enable you to get started. For most of our clients, they don't even wait until the end of the tenure to pay off.
Correct.
Because the longer you do delay in paying it off, the more expensive it gets. So most of the clients are in a position to be able to settle it before the tenure expires, because the longer you leave it, then the more interest that you will pay.
Absolutely.
But like it's a third world country, not Atlanta, as Coach would say. But but we are among the ones that have one of the highest interest rates, especially in a country where mortgage financing or a mortgage bank is in existence. And this is a solution we're trying to put in place by making sure that we get our bank up and running as soon as possible. So we are in the process of setting up a mortgage bank, which enable people to borrow money for more than just the 5 or 10 years that people are having now. So we're looking to able to offer these services to people in the diaspora and people in the Gambia to borrow money for between 15 and 20 years at low interest rates as well. So hopefully, in the next 6 months to 1 year or so, we will be able to come back here and say, hey, we're almost ready to be launched. Yeah.
So again, coming back to the affordable housing, because I know most of my folks like me, they're out there looking forward to meeting you here in Atlanta. I hear you talk about $45,000 to $50,000 on average. Something like that. What would be the monthly, for instance, payment based on average people that you had to deal with living in the diaspora? $1,000 a month, $1,500. Sometimes people would understand it better to break it down that way.
Right. So for the initial deposit, you'll be looking about maybe $10,000 or so to put down. Then you're left with about $34,000 to be spread over maybe 48 months. So the repayment would be around about $700 per month at this particular stage. But then the more deposit you are able to put down, the less the monthly repayments will become. Now, if a couple were to come together and do this sort of investment, we're looking about what, $350 a month, which I would consider to be affordable, even in the diaspora.
Osama, Wadigayala, to my diaspora folks, I think if you're really interested in investing in the Gambia, come on now. Before leaving that $50,000 in a 401k, invested in this $300, $700 a month.
Why not leave our 401ks alone? You've been mentioning that forever.
Oh yeah, nobody passed on, but for real though, what you're hearing, don't you like it?
I do, and I think it's quite reasonable. But Saul, there are people, let's say 50,000 may look reasonable to people, but then the time that you have to pay, 3 years. Because let's say if you live in Atlanta, you have a mortgage that you pay every month, you have all these other bills. So that may all be factored into whether you'll be able to cough up that $700 every month, because it's going to be a challenge. Are there any possibilities to where it can be stretched a little longer, where even, of course, it will come with a lot more interest that you'll pay, but at least your pay structure would be a lot more affordable, where you will not be constrained so much, where you have to balance between paying your mortgage in the US here and getting foreclosed, or paying your holiday home or whatever you want to call it in the Gambia?
Well, this is the whole reason why we want to bring the bank on board to meet the clients that has these requests. With the bank, they started with 3 years, then they were able to do 4 and 5. And hopefully when we come out there, you never know what they can offer. But I'm sure they are listening at the moment, and we'll put together a package that will suit most of the people that we're going to meet out there. So for us, our aim has always been to make housing accessible. And the only way you can do that is by making sure that the financial burden on it doesn't become too constrained for whoever who wants to come on board. So it's a work in progress. We are keen to explore all possibilities to make it as accessible as possible.
Well, I look forward to seeing you guys in Atlanta, of course, that little city. And then when you finally get here to the nation's capital, and hopefully Gambians will turn out in their numbers to at least give themselves an opportunity to be able to own something in the Gambia. Things have changed now. More Gambians now have papers than ever before, and we all go home to our country with our families. So having a house that is hassle-free, where you don't have to worry about your money being shoot or nyarele by your uncle. This is you pay a company, a legitimately registered company, go into your house. When you're not there, you can rent it out. I think it's something that people should really think about, and I hope they would all come out in numbers. Even the people in Atlanta should come out and listen to what you guys have to say, and I believe that all the other cities would do the same.
Yeah, definitely.
I look forward to seeing you guys.
Definitely.
We're absolutely excited. Definitely. We're looking forward to it. Like I said, all plans are in place now. So we're looking forward to being there and meeting the audience.
So let me ask you one more thing. Do you guys have any plans of going? I think Europe is one of them, because I saw somebody ask, what about UK, Great Britain? That is the subjects in the UK also, they want to be giving that opportunity. But are you guys planning to visit also Europe and the diaspora as a whole?
Yes.
The subjects in the UK are interested too.
No, absolutely. We're starting with the US, but we'll end it up in the UK, in Europe. I would say both Great Britain, Scandinavia, and other parts of Europe as well. So information will be shared very soon, hopefully.
Well, Saul, like I said, we are definitely going to bring you back again. I mean, Brother Sariang, I would definitely give you the last word. There's a reason why you chose the US first and Atlanta first. There is a reason. It doesn't just come out of thin air. So don't listen to the other folks. You know where the action is, and you know it. So my Atlanta folks, please, please, please come out in numbers. Let's show them why we are the leading diaspora city. Brother Sariang, you have the last word.
Mr. Fraser, and I was just kind of wanted to ask a question raised by one of the viewers online, and they're talking about data protection, since requirement of bank statements and pay stubs. Sometimes it has the full social, or sometimes it has the last full social, and they're questioning whether and I'm thinking this is more to the bank than your entity, saying are they PCI DSS compliant?
Um, I'm not in a position to answer that at this particular moment. But what I can tell you is that over the last 4 or 5 years, we've been doing this with various banks. We've never had any issues regarding data protection or data being leaked. So they take these things very seriously. But I'm sure they will be in a position to answer these questions for the audience, during the tour or any other time. But I can certainly find out. But we don't have such issues or such concerns, and they've never been during the time we've been working with them. So their documents and their information is very safe, not only with us, but also with the banks that we're dealing with.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a great venture, and wish you all the best. And hopefully, it's affordable. I mean, the key affordable meaning you kind of set that equity between the rich and poor and kind of close that gap. And hopefully, the government will help you out in your endeavor. But I wish you all the best, and I'll be in Atlanta, and hopefully to engage you one-on-one too. Thank you.
Wonderful. I look forward to this. And I just want to say that Essa was actually one of the guys that supported us in the very beginning. I remember approaching him when we launched one of our first estates, which was in Bruford. And he was quite generous at that time. I think he bought with 5 units or so. So I look forward to listening to this interview. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Saul. Looking forward to seeing you in Atlanta. Definitely appreciate it. And say hi to Nyalan.
I will definitely do so.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Musa.
Chongan,
I'm not mentioning him by name. One of these American accents, even though we are subjects. At least America, at least you don't hear them say God save the king or God save the president. No, Chucks, you're small. Until these Euros are over, I don't want to do anything, have anything to do with this subjects. I don't know whether you're following the Euros though, Musa.
Yes, I am. Actually, I was just watching Romania.
You know what is sad about football? You have this English who've never won a major tournament except once, World Cup, 66, and they such as a win. But when they talk, you would think that they are the greatest team ever to, grace. They don't.
Why, Sen, they have one of the best players, though.
Who?
Number, what's his name again? Is it Bellamy? Number 10B?
Oh, Bellingham?
Bellingham, yeah.
He's good. Let me tell you one thing about English footballers. And watch it. They are very one-dimensional. Musa, you know one thing? That's your strength. But to have a British player who has the flair of, let's say, a Ronaldinho or a Zidane, very rare.
So nanyo ambe na midfield player nakala tudati. Forget the name. Muno Dutney. I mean, control of the game.
Are you talking about Gascoigne?
Gascoigne, yes.
No, Gaza was good, and from time to time, you'll have one person that comes out. They talk more than they deliver. When they talk, look at their coach. This is this stupid coach that they have. He's anyway.
Paul Gascoigne, yes, Gascoigne was
Gaza was good. And Paye used to be obsessed with this English team. Gaza, Terry Venables was the coach then.
Why didn't? Was it 1996 Cameroon?
No, England.
Why, Patama? Seriously, listening to Saul Fraser, and for my folks here in the diaspora, I think they do have good deals. I mean, really, if you're looking at $700 a month, for an investment property in the Gambia, bro.
Musa, I think it's reasonable.
I think it's a very good deal.
I think
Someone
it's
who's
a,
really-
here is my thing. At least we have been giving an opportunity
yes,
to invest in all these things, and now you don't have to worry about Mange Sampa is taking me 3 years. Jënd nañ bantiron yi waaye waa Kawuri ñëw nañ sàcc nañ suma bantiron yi yëpp, so I have to buy and you know, and all that. It's like when you go in, you're investing your money and you're just getting a property that is already built. And then, you know, and if you want, I think you can also buy your own land and just do whatever you want to do with it. And for the most part, I think the lands that they give you, you don't have to worry about, you know, you're dealing with your NAVEC thing. But anyway, it looks like Esate Gambia la sol de ñoo taxaw.
Brother Essa, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's good to have you.
Essa, jàmm nga.
Nakam nak pa gëj naa laa gis yaa ngi ci jàmm.
Maa ngi si jàmm bilaay naka family be everybody.
Sant rek alhamdulillah. Mr. Marong na nga def?
Alhamdulillah, Mr. Faal.
Good to see you all.
Good to see you and belated happy Eid.
Alhamdulillah, mashallah. Yal nañu ko yàlla defal ñun ñëpp.
Amin ya rabbi, amin ya rabbi. Mbaa nag mbaa xar mi mbokku la rek parce que yéen famille yi you are known for going overboard. Loolu laa dee wax. Suma famille yi nekk here in Atlanta. Ñoom
dafa mel ni you read my Tobaski message.
Baru jengeen ñi.
Jengeen ñi fu ma jaar rek tooj leen.
Mbadu.
Naka ngeen def yéen a ngi ci jàmm.
Doing very well. Doing very well. Thank you very much, Essa. We definitely appreciate you having you on this platform again. The last time Banker was around, we have Brother Marong.
Yes. Unfortunately, it's my first time against Mr. Marong, if I can recall. So pleasure meeting you, sir.
Greetings. No, I met you many years ago with my brother Alaji in Gambia, you know.
Which Alaji? Alaji Marong?
Yes.
Dr. Marong?
Yes.
No, Alaji Nikoku Nyoboka Kabudu. Nyoboka. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So mentioning Alaji, like, yes, Alaji is one of my closest friends. You know, Boca on class, Boca University, they under since 84, 85. Yeah, good brother of mine. Hanadanga Boca mo.
Oh, same mom and dad. I'm next to him.
Hey! My brother, you're getting that like this.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Very long time. You know?
Oh my God. This guy has an uncanny, how would I call it? Resemblance to Alaji. I can see the head and all that. You know, so yeah, it's just like Alaji sitting out there, you know. and yeah, yes, now I remember.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Why I can't seem to get my phone off the WhatsApp. I don't know why. Because try not to put it on unavailable or so.
Do not disturb, I think. You put it on do not disturb.
Yes, but I can't even see that function.
Do not disturb doesn't include WhatsApp. I think.
Yes, I haven't seen that function. So
okay. I'm going Essa is an old man like Musa Jack, so they challenge technologically. So.
No. Far from it. You can't be doing my work and be technologically challenged. It's not possible. but the fact of the matter is, I have searched for it. I can't seem to find it. So there you have it.
You are going to be hearing this a lot. The guy has that phobia with 8. You always want to push it. So but I hear it every week.
The thing is, the over 40 is now the new 30.
Exactly.
Unless if you're not realistic. Mbaga neka kubaye ndeku. Give up.
Wow.
So, Essa, again, we thank you really for joining us today. We're gonna have a wide range of conversation, and I want to start with really an opener by saying I really did not know Essa Faal for the TRRC. I have to be honest, and I've heard about you, but kind of saying Ibo Essa, and it was during the TRRC that I finally say, "Wow, Essa." And I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your sacrifice and your contribution to this transitional justice. Because clearly, some of us, Magedi, like Masamba would call us, we witness, the commission, whether the Algali or Bamford Commission. It was like commission led by foreigners. But here, for the first time, we saw a commission led by one of our own. And this was someone who really demonstrated professionalism, someone who knows his stuff. And definitely, Gambians should pay you a debt of gratitude for what you've done. For 20 years, our country was hijacked, maligned, intimidated. We didn't know the truth. It was during the TRRC that everything came out, and you handled it really well. And I want to take this opportunity to thank you, really, for showing that Gambians, we do have what it takes. South Africa had it, Sierra Leone had it, but when it came to ours, everybody internationally saying that they did what they had to do and they handled it best. You made us proud, Essa.
Thank you
for that.
Thank you very much. Just to say something brief on that opener. In fact, during the Algali Commission, both Dr. Marong and I were counsel to the commissions of inquiry. Dr. Marong was in the Algali Commission, working with Samuel Letso and the other gentleman, I forgot his name. Dr. Marong left because of the shenanigans that were being played in that commission. He did not like the lack of ethics and the disrespect that was being showed to Gambians at the time. Dr. Marong and I are very close friends. And we went to school together. We are in the same group, the same kabudu, if I may say. And I was in the other side. I was the counsel for public corporations. I started off as junior counsel, and then I became lead counsel for that commission. So I did the Gambia Public Transport Corporation, GPTC. I did civil aviation, Gambia Civil Aviation Authority. I did Gambia Ports Authority, and I did Livestock Marketing Board, among others. And it was a successful commission. It was not as known as the Algali Commission because there were no those shenanigans that Alaji Marong so protested that he decided to leave that commission. It was done professionally, and it had a huge following, if I may say. But at least I have learned from that. And also, you must realize that the Truth Commission gave me a unique opportunity to do what I had to for my country. I had to give back to my country. It also gave me an opportunity to fight for my country, because this was a time when Gambia needed the best out of everyone. And I thought I had to give it my best shot. It was indeed a huge sacrifice on my part, because it was a very difficult commission. This was a case in which, today you are the biggest hero to Demba. The next day, you're the biggest enemy for that same Demba. Simply because the problems were so intricate and so far-reaching that you satisfy A today, but you wouldn't satisfy that same person the next day. But I thank God that we were able to finish it. and Gambians have appreciated what was done. And internationally, it is regarded as one of the best, if not the best, Truth Commission ever. So I thank God that he gave me direction and guidance. I also thank the commissioners for giving me the opportunity, but also Gambians really for showing patience and allowing us to do the work. So thank you very much.
So, Essa, internationally renowned, like you said, everybody talked about the TRRC, handled it really well. We are where we are. On that same thread, looking at the status of the TRRC in terms of implementation, where do you think we are? Are you comfortable with what you're seeing? And under an Essa Faal administration, for instance, how would you handle this phase of the Truth Commission?
Well, the thing is, I have severally indicated my dissatisfaction with the pace at which our government is taking to implement the recommendations of the TRRC. They have had time to study the recommendations. There were 268. They carefully considered them and accepted 265 of the recommendations and published them in a white paper. It therefore means that the government has demonstrated or signaled its commitment to implement the recommendations. To its credit, the government has an action plan to implement the TRRC recommendations. But the problem is the slow pace at which this process is taking. It begs the question whether there is enough political will to implement some of the most significant recommendations of the Commission. In particular, the accountability part. I know that the government has passed two laws. One is the Special Prosecution Office law, and the other is the Special Accountability Mechanisms Act. But that act just merely postpones the creation of a tribunal for the prosecution of those who bear the greatest responsibility for these crimes. Yes, the government is taking steps, but the steps are way too slow for the Gambian people. Another thing that I must say is that the greater bulk of the TRRC recommendations do not require much financial resources or really too much waste of time. These are reforms that could easily be implemented. So the question is, why have they not been implemented? There are some people who are still in office who have no business being in office simply because they've been found wanting by reason of their conduct during the Jammeh era. I think the government can do better. Its record is one of ticking the boxes instead of making significant achievements. Its record is palpably slow. It could be a whole lot faster. They cannot continue to hide behind the lack of funds because a lot of the reform measures do not necessarily require significant outlays of funds. I mean, selling off 10 pickup trucks or selling off 10 Land Cruisers alone could have funded some of these reform programs because all you need is for someone to draft the necessary law and the people who would be implementing them to be trained, and then the reform measures would be implemented. I do acknowledge that setting up a tribunal is not an easy task, especially an internationalized tribunal as the type that the government now wants to implement. It's a matter for long negotiations and so forth. But really, to be quite candid, the record is not too encouraging. The government could do better. Thank you. I hope that has answered your question.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, okay. It looks like Moses is busy with something.
No, he has his
Go
two
ahead.
questions. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Essa, before going into the TRRC again, the elephant in the room here is that Essa Faal is going to give it a try again in 2026.
By the grace of the Almighty God.
Okay. That is now out of the way. Now, what is Essa's philosophy? What is your philosophy as a politician, as an aspiring president? What do we have to expect from an Essa Faal presidency as the possible next president of the Republic of the Gambia?
That is a difficult question. It is actually the question to ask, but it is also an easy question. It depends on how one looks at it. I was never interested in politics. I am going into this because of the terrible malice, or the terrible malaise, as some would put it, that is afflicting Gambian society. Gambia is the country wherein you ask for a cup of rice today, it's $5. In a few years' time, it's 10. The cost of living in that country is skyrocketing like a runaway train. Corruption is now endemic. In fact, a few years ago, Gambia was listed as one of the worst countries in the world to do business. There is wanton waste in our government. There is great incompetence and indifference to the plight of the people. The services are degraded, infrastructure crumbling. The drug epidemic is getting worse by the day. We continue to wallow in misplaced priorities, and the list goes on. And the only reason why we are in this situation is the palpable failure of leadership. And I do believe that Gambia, we have the people with the brains, we have the people with the capability who can change this. The only problem is they need to have that leader who is able to galvanize the commitment of all these people and bring them together to help change our country. I know, I am under no illusion that this is a very difficult task. It calls for a complete system overhaul. But I do believe that if I am elected into office, I can do it. You see, there is something that I have learned about the TRRC. If you look at it, the TRRC had the complete gamut of all the ills that afflict Gambian society, all the problems it had. But we were able to manage and to do it in record time. I think the TRRC was one of the most reliable things to expect in Gambia, that we would sit the next day. It was only a few occasions in which the TRRC didn't sit. And there's a reason why the TRRC was able to achieve all it did in such a short time. The reason was commitment, a culture of hard work, a culture of acting independently in accordance with the rules, a culture of patriotism, having the Gambia in the forefront of everything. But this was only possible also because of the leadership at the TRRC. The women and men who were there had that commitment, they had that drive, under able and capable leadership that saw nothing other than what was in the best interest of the country. This is what I think I can bring to the table. If you look at the manifesto that we came up with, 2021, we call it the blueprint. There's some terrible noise in the background. I hope it's not emanating from my end. Are you guys hearing it?
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, nothing to worry about, I don't think. Not from my end.
Well, from my end, it is. Well, it has
really?
subsided. It has subsided, but okay, it's now dead. It's now dead. Fantastic. So I think I can bring a lot to the table. If you look at the blueprint, we have spelled out really what we intend to do. We want to bring a team that would immediately go to work for the Gambian people and solve our most immediate problems. Our principal objectives would be to double Gambia's GDP in 10 years, to double youth employment in 5 years, to restore certain important and fundamental values, that is meritocracy, and ensure social mobility for people. You work hard, you move up. We want to ensure inclusiveness and responsible and sustainable development for the Gambian people. We want to restore Gambia's pride in the Community of Nations. We want to significantly reduce the corruption and the waste. But more importantly, we also want to end poverty. The poverty in Gambia is astounding. I traveled around the country, and some of the things I saw really shocked me. I did not believe that our poverty had really reached those levels. And anybody who's seen some of the things that I have seen should be moved by that. There is so much dysfunctionality in the system, to the extent that we need a complete system overhaul. And this is what we've been calling for in our blueprint, and I think I can deliver that. But importantly also, Gambia needs a unifier. And in the first 100 days of an Essa Mbye presidency, a good chunk of it would really focus on a reset for Gambia, a reset in which we would really strive to ensure unity and reconciliation of the Gambian people. We are so too far polarized, but these are things that are not theoretical. These are things that we can achieve. And I do believe that in an Essa Mbye presidency, we can achieve all this. Thank you.
Well, Essa, you've listed a litany of things that are wrong with our country, from wanton waste, corruption, incompetence, high cost of living, crumbling infrastructure, drug use, misplaced. These are all underpinned by misplaced priorities and other things. You stood as a candidate in 2021. The Sobeya movement is going on, and people are asking whether you want it easy. What is stopping Essa Faal with his team from a political party that is registered instead of continually running as an independent? Do you have any plans whatsoever to turn the movement into a registered political party that will have offices and branches all over the country to be able to canvass for votes as effectively as other political parties are doing?
The short and simple answer is yes, and the process is ongoing. In fact, I dare say that the process has been achieved. We're just waiting to formalize or to announce. But yes, that has been done.
Okay, so we've confirmed you're running. We've confirmed a party will be is in the footing. So
subject to the caveats that I have mentioned.
All right. Well, I would let Mr. Sarian come in and then ask his questions.
All right. Mr. Fowler, thank you very much for joining us today. And I've read your blueprint and I have it laid in front of me here, and it's quite aggressive. And considering the Gambia right now, we are at 67% debt from international external loans, 33% domestic. How do you see FAL administration funding these projects?
You see, there is a lot of waste in the system, and we need to curb this waste. I know, but for any government, especially a new one, curbing the waste would be a very difficult thing to do. Because in Gambia now, most public officers depend on this in order to survive in the very difficult and expensive economy that we have. So cutting it would be difficult. But a responsible government should be able to convince public officers and give them a buy-in into programs that are intended to curb waste. Because let's all face it, the more waste there is, the more all of us are negatively affected. Because if we buy Land Cruisers and pickup trucks instead of ambulances, it is us who are going to feel the pinch. It's our people who are going to feel the pinch. If we spend all the money on wasted or unnecessary foreign trips so that people can earn per diems, well, we won't be able to buy the necessary medicines for the hospitals. So it's our people who are also going to suffer. So a lot of the waste could be curbed by reprioritizing, focusing on the things that are needed for our people and foregoing some of those luxuries that are just intended to create perks for public officials. So we can cut a lot of that waste. One good example of the waste really is, say, take a look at the vehicles that were bought for the MPs. That was a huge waste. If you want to drive such a luxury car, buy it yourself. Why must the state buy it? That's a waste. Look at the vehicles that were bought for the OIC. You spend that much money, almost $10 million by my own calculation. I don't know what their calculation is, but you spend $10 million to buy vehicles for people to use them for 2 days, and those people did not even show up. When those vehicles were being bought, they knew these people weren't going to show up. That's complete and utter waste. And there are other lots of wastages in the system that could be curbed. But you see, addressing the problem of wastage alone would not necessarily solve our problems. That is just a drop in the ocean. Gambia, we don't produce. So what happens? We throw away almost $300 million or more abroad to import food. Why don't we produce the food that we eat? Just look at neighboring Senegal. They were also in the same predicament as us. They learned from us and changed. But we stopped learning from what we've been doing well and started doing things badly. If you recall, Gambia was one of the first countries to get government directly involved in agriculture through the Jahale Pacha project. Senegal copied the Jahale Pacha project and they did extensive programs in Walo. Gambia failed terribly. Senegal is succeeding. Nowadays in Senegal, there are certain times of the year you don't import potatoes, you don't import chili peppers, you don't import onions and a lot of vegetables because they produce them there. In Gambia today, we import everything, including netetu and jahatu. It's a terrible situation. Now, Senegal, there are particular times in the year, Senegalese would prefer to eat their riz de la valley instead of importing terrible rice, stinking rice from several places around the world. It is not even a shame that really in Africa we are saying that the cost of living is going up because there is war in Ukraine. It just shows that something is terribly wrong with us. We can solve all these problems by investing in agriculture. In Gambia, look at, they've distributed fertilizer, but over the past few years, a lot of the fertilizer ends up in Senegal. Why are we allowing that to happen? Isn't that really treasonous? You're killing your own agriculture to boost the agriculture of another country just for your own selfish ends. I mean, these are things that Gambia can do. We have a river with fresh water for how many miles long? If we farm, if we go into agriculture and invest properly, and invest in the right people and not in our friends, then it would be better. And we can do it. Gambians are capable. With the right environment, with the right regulatory framework, with the right policies, with the right incentives, the people can do it. And this is what I can bring to the table. And I do believe that with the right interventions, just imagine if we were to be saving $300 million a year. Instead of that money going outside, that would be money that would be paid to Gambians in Gambia for producing what they are producing, to feed our nation. That would have an uncalculable trickle-down effect, because that is $300 million that will be passing from hand to hand to hand to hand to hand to hand to great effect to Gambia's economy. And that is something that I am prepared to bring to the table. You see, during the campaign, I went to Jahali Pacha. I felt so bad. This is some vast expanse of land. Nothing was happening there. I went to the Kuntawur rice mill, which was to mill I think it was 3 tons an hour or 300 tons an hour, something like that. It's so dilapidated, people are scavenging it for ferrite. That is the situation in Gambia, and this thing can change.
Ramos.
Sorry,
Yeah, there is a noise in the background, though. I'm not sure, you know.
I don't know where it's coming from, though.
Is that on?
Huh?
Could you mute your microphones? And if it persists, then it must be from my end.
Okay.
Well, I think it's gone. So what I suggest is, let only the speakers on their microphones, and a person not speaking would turn off his microphone. Perhaps maybe that will help.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. So Mr. Faal, I agree. Agriculture is one of the bedrocks of our economy. But in the past couple of years, we've seen a decline. Agriculture and natural resources sector has been one of the prime areas of investment. And also it raised income, improved food security, especially in the rural area. Now, considering what you highlighted, especially the SUVs that we purchased, on the Faal administration, what could you have done differently? Or per se, if they offer you that sum of money, how would you divert it into other ventures to benefit the country and the people at large?
Well, the thing is, $500 million, that's what I had, was spent or was provided to Gambia. I really do not know the real figures. So I beg your pardon if the figures are wrong. But I have had $500 million being bandied around. And I think $500 million is a lot of money. I would have put it in priority areas. The first is to save the excessive leakage from the Gambia's economy. And that is the foreign exchange leakage. We spend too much on food outside. By creating cooperatives and agri ventures, that would help reduce our import bill, especially import of food. That is priority number one. Priority number two is to invest in Gambians. If you look at Gambia, it's in a sorry state for workers. In every sector that you go to, it is dominated by non-Gambians. Tailoring, dominated by Senegalese. Masonry, dominated by Senegalese and now Sierra Leoneans. Bread making, dominated by Guineans. Boutiques, dominated by foreigners. What other sector? The only sector that you find Gambians really dominating is tourism. But even at that, is at the bumster level. Even the hotels are not owned by Gambians. You know, I have friends who invest in Gambia, and they tell me they have a difficulty getting workers. Simply because the mindset of the young Gambian is just tuned to going abroad. The mindset is you cannot make it in Gambia. I know that there's a program by UNDP called Take a Fee, and it empowers a few Gambians, you know, to do businesses locally, and some of them are making it. But to what extent is that really impacting? You see, we have to help try to change that mindset. But then you cannot change the mindset if you have not invested in these youths. Because if the only thing they see as their salvation is to go abroad, then they won't be concerned with what is happening at home. We have to change that mindset. And the changing of that mindset cannot come without opportunities. We have to bring opportunities for the Gambians. I recall when I was very young, there was this school called vocational school. And the vocational school used to train a lot of Gambians in lots of fields, electricians, mechanics, masoners, and all that. But now that is almost dead. They created GTTI. We thought GTTI was going to be a vocational school. Now it is a university. Where are we training Gambians to be able to have skills that would give them meaningful opportunities in the country? It does not happen. So what do you expect? After grade 12, the only thing they think about is to go abroad. So that is why, even in my administration, we advocate for a change, a radical change in the education system. We are at that stage where we should focus on building a country. So we should be training more country builders than office workers. We should be training more masoners. We should be training more electricians. We should be training more mechanics. We should be training more farmers. We should be giving them skills that they need to survive in the 21st century, but also we should be giving them skills that they need to help build our country. And this also has another effect. A lot of the Gambians who are being deported from the West are being deported mainly because they have no skills. I mean, if you might emigrate, especially using illegal migration routes, you get to a country, and the only thing you have to offer is being there, they definitely would not want you there because you would be, a drain on their national resources. But if you can contribute significantly to their own development, obviously they may want to keep you. We all do know that in the West, a lot of these countries are suffering from fertility problems. They don't have young people. A big chunk of the population are elderly people. So they need young and dynamic people. But then they don't necessarily want anybody. They want people who can contribute. And that is why a lot of our boys are being sent away. If there are people who had skills, perhaps there would be reason why they may want to keep them. So there is an incentive in training our people. You give them opportunities, whether at home or abroad. And the opportunities would bring something which they would always bring back home. And that is one fundamental change that we can make.
Brother Essa.
Thank you. So definitely the noise is coming from Musa's end.
Okay, maybe.
No,
I
definitely.
apologize. No, I apologize. I don't know where, but
that's, you know, when you live in a third world city like Atlanta, your internet
there
connection.
goes the phobia again. There goes the phobia. Brother Essa, anyone listening to you, clearly, you've articulated what you intend to do as president, policies, the economy, different sectors. No one would doubt that Essa has what it takes.
Thank you.
To be able to govern, you have to win first.
Yes.
In 2021, you threw your hat in the ring. The election was monopolized, what I call the binary choice. Most Gambians will tell you in 2021, it's either going to be Barrow or it's going to be Alhaji Ousainou Darboe's UDP. That hasn't changed to most Gambians. That come 2026, the race is going to be between these two. Why do you think people should give Essa Mbye Faal a chance? Why do you think either of these parties is wrong for Gambia and is not the solution to Gambia? Essa.
Well, I can assure you that there is in fact no comparison. If people are going to look at things objectively, I am miles away from them by every measure, in terms of capabilities, in terms of commitment, in terms of zeal, but in terms of also the ideas that it takes to lift our country from where it is. But obviously, politics in Gambia is not about ideas. It is about other parochial values. But that doesn't mean that we have to give up. In 2021, we were very hopeful. We were very, very hopeful. A lot of things happened that we can explain, and there are others that we can't. But the important thing is we have learned from them. And we are adjusting the way we are doing things. And we do hope that Gambians listened to what we had to say in 2021, and that they are listening to what we have to say now. If lately I am seeing a number of statements that I have made during the 2021 campaign. I see them in videos. It looks like those videos were made for today in terms of how accurate they were in terms of the description of the problems that the Gambian people face. And I do hope that the Gambian people have learned from that. They have seen the ineptitude. They have seen that, well, apart from the too many empty promises, there's not been any significant achievements. And that now there is a time to change. In 2021, I'm so Serian had read the blueprint, we have called for a fundamental change in the way we do things. We called for a system change. That clarion call still remains valid. we would continue, we would remain steadfast in that call, and do hope that more and more Gambians would join us in that adventure. You see, I am seeing a lot of change. I see people who did not embrace us in 2021, who thought that we had jumped into the race at a very, very late stage when a lot of people had already made up their minds. A lot of those people are turning around and coming to us. We do hope that by the time we get to December 2026, we would have turned things around and be in a position to win. If the Gambian people focus on the capability of the candidate, we would win hands down. And I do hope that that is an objective assessment that the Gambians would make. And at the end of the day, they would find me to be the better candidate and would vote for Sobea and would vote for turnaround. And with that, we can change our country for the better.
Essa, most people, and this is the pushback, you did say that if you were to compare yourself with the other parties, in this case, UDP and NPP, you said it's no match. You talk about capacity. You talk about commitment. And you talk about zeal.
An objective assessment.
Correct. That's where I'm coming.
I did say, in Gambia, it is more about parochial values. I do hope that come 2026, people would look at things more objectively. Please proceed.
That's what I intend to do with this question. The objective,
Go ahead.
This objective, reasonable people would say that Essa has more commitment and zeal. But let me take the United Democratic Party, for instance. They did a party that was formed back in 1996. For 20 years, they've been there, committed to remove tyranny in our country. They've demonstrated that. And that I would call commitment and zeal. And they never wavered. The other part of the question is,
you see, pardon me for saying this, but I really don't want to talk about other parties. I don't want to name parties or individuals. That is not the kind of politics that I indulge in. I rather generally want to focus on what I do and what my capabilities are and what I put on the table. You see, sometimes when we talk about most Gambians, I wonder where the statistics is born from, but I give you that. I am sure you have your finger on the pulse.
Okay. I mean, fair enough. But I'm saying, elections are going to be about choices. And these are the choices that we are all confronted with. That is why it's difficult to talk about your candidacy without weaving in some of these candidates. The other question is, can you tell us what is your path to victory come 2026? Looking at these political parties, what would Essa say that this is my path to victory? For instance, if you look at this upcoming elections in the US, you talk to a Democrat or Biden, they'll tell you their path to victory. Or Trump will tell you their path to victory. What would be Essa Mbye's path to victory come 2026?
You're comparing apples with oranges. In the US, it is pretty much set. These states are blue states, other states are red states. Nowadays, some states are toss-ups. They are basically almost orange states. You never know which direction they would lean. It all depends on certain issues that would tip it one way or another. And then you calculate the potential electoral college votes, depending on which state goes which way, so you can tell a path to victory.
In your case, 2026, what is your path to victory? Do you have the URR as a region? You have the CRR as a region? You have the NBD as a region, LRR, and the West Coast?
Let me come to use 2021 as a barometer. Would be using a false approach to 2026.
Mhm.
I can assure you that. You see, the UDP, just to give you this example, because you said they've been there for the longest time, which is something I know and respected and supported over the years. All right. They've been there for the longest time, but there was no path to victory, if that is the way you want to look at it. But look at 2016. What happened? Politics is not a static situation. Things do change. We do believe that our campaign is gaining significant traction among Gambians. Every day, people are embracing our message. And we do believe that if this trend continues, we would become a viable force come 2026. But this is something that nobody can predict with accuracy. We're not at that point when one would be able to say that, well, this is certain or this is not certain. And also, in Gambia, unseating an incumbent is sometimes very difficult. We've done it only once.
Mhm.
All right? At this rate, by my own standards, I do believe that it may perhaps be easier than 2016. But also, it may take what happened in 2016 to unseat this current government. It may take a grand coalition. It may also take a charismatic leader like myself who could galvanize a national support to change the situation, to change the government. So we really don't know. I think it is too soon to really rule one thing out or rule the other out, or rule one thing in or rule the other out. We just have to wait. I believe it is too early. The conventional wisdom for now, as one may say it, is that there are two big parties in Gambia. And therefore, the contention is most likely to be between those two big parties. But look, we've seen PASTEF in Senegal. PASTEF was not the biggest party or the second biggest party. But suddenly, things changed. That wind of change, that mood is certainly sweeping across West Africa. Don't be surprised if it happens in Gambia. And we'd be happy to lead that and bring about the much needed change that Gambians want. Gambians don't necessarily want a change of leadership. We need something deeper than that. We need something better than that. We don't need a change of somebody at the helm to bring us almost the same thing again. We want a whole lot better than that. We want something that would be a radical shift in the way things are being done, in the way things are being organized, and in the way in which we choose our priorities. And we do believe that we are the party that can bring about that change.
Thank you much. Pap Samba.
It's a change. Change. As we speak today, the Gambia is without term limits. We don't have 50 plus 1. The diaspora cannot vote. And all these things can only be possible if we are to have a new constitution. One that was promised by Barrow when he ran in 2016. But we saw what happened to the draft when it did not meet his aspirations of serving for as long as he could. As now one of the leaders of that country, I think Essa has gone blank. I don't know whether he can still hear us. Oh, we've lost him. Well, he would be back soon. Boy Fatine coach. Yes, Boy Fati, Adama Barrow and the NPP denied the Gambian people. Yes, the NPP was not formed yet, but Adama Barrow and his partners denied the Gambian people a constitution. Now, coming back to it, Essa, seeing what happened to the draft and one of the leaders now in that country, what do you think needs to happen for the Gambia to finally have a constitution that is fit for purpose?
Well, this is squarely within my area of competence. I mean, I have a master's degree in legislative drafting, that is writing laws, and I did my master's thesis on the search for a new constitutional order for the Gambia. Of course, I mean, one has to lament the wasted opportunity. In 1997, we passed what was believed to be a people's constitution. But unfortunately, from off the bat, they started bastardizing that constitution by diluting the very essence of it. If you look at that constitution, it started with the preamble of taking into account the self-perpetuation in power of the recent past, for instance. That is what it said. But, you know, it's somewhere in the preamble. But the first thing that was done was a refusal to include term limits. So what the Constitution is lamenting about, it refused to solve it. I think that was the beginning of the end of that Constitution. Unfortunately, ultimately, it was so watered down with 52 amendments that made it a dictatorial constitution. And that is the constitution that we still have. And for anybody who wants to cling onto power, that is a constitution that favors you. So don't be surprised what is happening. All these games about the constitution are political games that are intended to continue that self-perpetuation that that constitution so badly laments about. You see what happened with this constitution. Look, it's a good constitution in many respects. It is also a bad constitution in other respects. I do think, as a former constitutional scholar, I do think that is a big constitutional over-elaboration. It went in too much details about things that are...
And you're talking about the draft?
Yes, the draft. You see, it's an over-elaboration. Maybe the drafters were too careful, wanting to cater for everything. I know Professor Fiaggio. I mean, he was one of the consultants. He taught me in my master's. He is, in fact, one of the gurus, really, when it comes to administrative and constitutional law in Africa. And he taught a lot of us, Cherno Jallo, who was chairman, Awasise Sabali, who was a member, Janet Sala, who was also a member. He taught us all, and I dare say that we are all disciples of his school of thought, really, when it comes to these things. But I think that they made a huge mistake in several aspects of the Constitution. They even adopted, I don't want to use a pejorative term, but they adopted a lot about what happens in Kenya, because the former Kenyan Chief Justice was also a member of the commission. But the more important thing here is it took an Albert Fiaggio approach, that is an administrative law approach to constitutional law, which is you want to provide for every little thing, you know, and that did not work for the Constitution. But that aside, I think they got a lot right, which is the aspiration of the Gambian people. But unfortunately, when it came to the crux, the political brinkmanship made it fail. My view is that the majority party in parliament should not have allowed the game played by Adama Barrow, the president, because the president made it look like he was going to go against what the majority party in parliament wanted. and the majority party in parliament voted against it. So the situation might have been different. This is just speculation. I don't know. Might have been different if he was challenged to say, this is the people's constitution. This is born out of significant consultation with the Gambian people. This is what the Gambian people want, and we are going to support it. We are going to embrace it. If that had happened, I think it would have put the president in a very difficult situation. Because I do believe that at that time, he would have played ball. But because he was given the opportunity to put the ball back firmly in the court of the opposition, by saying that he was going to change things to what he wanted, and the opposition therefore decided not to support the constitution, I think that was a missed opportunity. But this is not a blame game. I think that it was the responsibility of the president to come up with a constitution that the Gambian people wanted. It was a promise that was made to the Gambian people together with electoral reforms. These were promises that were never honored. And that's why, to a considerable extent, we are where we are now. Because this is a dictatorial constitution, it does not help the aspirations of the Gambian people. And it's a constitution that really favors an incumbent, and therefore there is hardly much incentive to change it. But this is why, in most of my speeches, I call for the passage of a new constitution for Gambia that meets the aspiration of the Gambian people. If we don't do it, we would continue to have this difficult situation wherein the incumbent may not be unseated by one or just two parties. It would have to be a grand coalition to make that happen. But also, if a constitution is put in place that addresses a lot of the problems that the Gambian people call for, like, say, for instance, the issue of the term limit, the issue of age, and things like that. But for me, more importantly, it's about the powers of the president. I mean, if those things could be addressed, I think shouldn't be a problem. What should have happened really the last time in 2020 was to pass something and then thereafter make amendments, But at least we needed a vehicle, something that would take us from a bastardized constitution, as some would put it, into something new that would path the way, would chart the way for a new way of doing things. I think that was necessary in 2026. Unfortunately, we lost that opportunity.
Yeah, as I just wanted to make one clarification, because the majority party in terms of number was in the opposition, and the opposition voted for the constitution to go to committee level. It was Barrow and his alliance plus people that he was able to get from the PPP and stuff to vote against it going to a committee, thereby killing it. But the next question that I wanted to ask is, coming back to when you started, the litany of issues that you raised that are affecting the country. If Essa Mbye Faal was elected president, let's say December 4th or whatever it is, 2026, you are declared president. By January 19th, you are sworn in as the president of the Republic of the Gambia. What is the one issue out of all the issues that you will give priority as president of the Republic of the Gambia?
Bringing down the cost of living.
And how would you do that?
Mm-hmm. There are lots of ways one could do it. One is we can institute price control measures. I know that is an anti-liberal trade policy, but we are in such a terrible situation that one should consider doing that. Another thing is reducing taxes for basic commodities. Another area is to subsidize some of the products or some of the produce that we use. These are ways to really reduce prices. So it is doable. I mean, subsidies can really work. I mean, look at prices of fertilizer. Today in Senegal is about $800. It's in Gambia, it's $1,110. Why the price disparity if we are buying from the same place? It's probably because the Senegalese government is giving some subsidies when we are not. So that is why, I mean, I do think that it is doable. If we cut the waste, like you reduce unnecessary travel, there is a lot of travel that government embarks upon that brings no value to Gambia. Well, those should be cut. The excessive use of fuel by government for doing no service to government, that should be cut. Buying luxuries for public officials unnecessarily should be cut. I mean, there's a lot of things that could be cut to save money. Government should invest in the right things. If we also embark on production, then we also reduce the cost of some of these things. Sometimes, I mean, the cost of local production may be more expensive than imports, but we have to weigh our options to see what is most favorable, and then we do it. But I do believe that the cost of living could be reduced because, I mean, we live in a tax and spend economy pretty much. So if we revise our tax code and take a very sensible approach to it with the view to reducing the cost of living, I think it is doable.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Faal. So I just want to clarify one thing, and I think Coach kind of highlighted that a little bit. So the failure of the draft constitution was mainly of MPP, not the opposition, because the opposition voted to push it to the committee level, but the MPP and the other coalition killed it to proceed. I think that's our understanding.
Well, for me, my view was that, I mean, the opposition was pretty much divided. There were a lot of the opposition members were hived off and taken to the other camp. But they still remained, I want to believe, part of the party that voted them in power. But that was my understanding of the situation. So that's the reason I believe it failed. But principally, it is the president who should be blamed, because it is the president who promised the Gambian people a new constitution and did not vote for the constitution that he tabled in the National Assembly. So therefore, he should bear the responsibility for it. But the sad thing is, Gambians did not necessarily take that into account. When it came 2021, I was going to think that would be one of the most fundamental issues that should influence their vote. Unfortunately not.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to use an analogy here. I don't know whether you've watched the movie Star Trek, on board the USS Enterprise, the most sophisticated starship, and there was novice crews, and they were on a mile voyage. The path takes them to a very dangerous coalition. And on the other ship, there was a Roman mission, a commander who is very vengeful. I mean, he just wants to destroy humanity. But out of that scenario, or out of that character, there was a coolly logical officer. And he built a consensus, say, we have to put our rivalry aside and find a way to defeat the common enemy. I've seen your pages, and I got it here right here. It says, Mr. Faal is a unifier, a consensus builder, a problem solver. Obviously, we have a problem. The problem is Mama Gambia, the Gambia is very, very lonely in terms of development, in terms of building a very robust public sector, in terms of, reviving the economy. Corruption is rampant. Now, putting yourself into that Star Trek, analogy based on consensus builder, unifier, and problem solver, what do you see? I mean, coming 2026, we had all these political parties, and there's a lot of rivalry, there's a lot of back and forth. How do you fit in that equation to fight the common enemy and bring Mama Gambia to order?
Look, I think the question really is more directly, do you want coalitions or not? I hope I get it right. That's the question. Yeah. Even though it doesn't say it. Well, to save Mama Gambia, if that is what it would come to, I would be there in the forefront of it. And I think I already am. I am the only party leader who's been consistently calling for coalitions. If you look at my speeches, I have called for coalitions so many times. In fact, there was one time that I called for a coalition. I was attacked by two of the biggest parties. Each side attacking me. I think that shows to me that I was on the right track, to have been attacked both from the left and from the right. I have been consistently calling for coalitions. If that is what it will take, I will be in the forefront of it. Why not? The question is, how would that coalition be done? I have consistently said that in Gambia, we have experienced people who have built coalitions, and we could still ask them to lend their hand in this endeavor. And I think the last time I said it, I did indicate that Honorable Halifa Sallah is someone who's experienced in building coalitions, and seeing that he is now retired from politics, he would be someone we could tap to help lead that process. I was attacked for saying that. Gambia is the only place where you would mention that a particular person is very competent at doing something, and you are attacked for political reasons for recognizing that person's capabilities. But I would not stop calling for coalitions, because I think that it helps reduce the cost of our politics. Because by being so fragmented, politics become very expensive, and a lot of money is spent on it when we could have come together, and and that too would reduce a bit of the tension about the parochial issues that happen in the country. I do say that I am a unifier, and that signals that I would want to bring people who would otherwise be on different sides. I would want to bring them together. So if I have that opportunity, definitely I would take it. The last time I did try. Maybe people did not know, because these things were not being done in the glare of the public. But I did try. I had conversations with with some of the leading candidates. But unfortunately, it did not yield the results that we expected. But that doesn't mean that one cannot try again. So be rest assured that if that is what it takes, and I am required to contribute to that, I would definitely do so. Because, this is what I want for Gambia.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Musa, I have my second.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Musa, Japanala de. Yola de.
Oh, man. All right. Mr. Faal, I'll listen to you, and as I said, thinking about it kind of reminds me your the agenda that you put forward, your blueprint. And we all know in the past where we had this the economy recovery program, and there was a logical framework that was rolled out, which is program for sustainable development. And if we think about those, up to today, definitely private sector, it's just the bedrock. It drives and it drives the economy. Now, when we hear these issues of the cement monopolizing, we had these businessmen, even though you talk to some custom officers, because I was in Gambia in March, and I was talking, they said, well, some of these importers have duty waivers. We don't charge them. But it seems like even though that duty waiver is in place, it did not strive to help the end users. The pricing is still high. Cost of living is unsustainable. Under Faal administration, what would you have done differently, working with the business community, private sector, and creating an enabling environment for the economy to thrive?
I mean, with regards to, I have partially answered this question, really. With regards to the example you just cited, the issue of the cement, I have said that a big problem that we face is the taxes. The taxes are so high. I mean, look at the policy of this government this year was to almost double the taxes. You recall when the president went to, I think it was in Basse or somewhere, and said that customs made this year this much money. Next year, we want them to make this much money by almost doubling it. I mean, the only way that could come, really, I meant GRA instead of customs. The only way that could happen, really, is to be more efficient in tax collection, okay, and also to increase taxes. And Gambia, that is a big problem. The taxes are very, very high. It's in fact a disincentive for some people to pay taxes because they're very, very high. And I think government could do better by rationalizing the taxes, reducing the taxes and making it an incentive for more people to pay, instead of heightening up the taxes and therefore making it so difficult for everybody to honor their obligations. So I think it's counterintuitive, really, that the taxes are so high and therefore fewer people pay. But if we rationalize taxes, that would help. There are a lot of other economic interventions that could be taken, really, to help reduce the cost of living. But I think Gambia, our biggest problem is not lack of ideas. The biggest problem is implementation of the ideas and to implement them across the board. In the Faal administration, be rest assured that all the rules would be followed and all projects and policies would be implemented to achieve the best results for which those interventions are designed. And with regards to really bringing these prices down, there is no reason why Gambia government cannot negotiate with some of these Senegalese factories to have a bagging plant in Gambia. That alone by itself could help bring down the price of cement. But what's happening is that, there are preferential treatment that are given to certain business people. All right, and the others are not benefiting from that. And because the bulk are not benefiting from that, and they have to make profits, they have to heighten the prices. Another problem is the foreign exchange. I mean, last year, the foreign exchange, the 5,000 CFA was trading at $435. Today is trading at $560. So if really our foreign currency, our dalasi keeps deteriorating, against other currencies, well, the prices of all the imports will go up. And unfortunately, we almost import everything in Gambia. Like I said, from sophisticated vehicles to Netetu, we import. And because we import all that, foreign currency becomes a problem. And because foreign currency is a problem, the prices of goods keep going up and up and up and up to no end. So we have to stabilize our currency. If we don't stabilize our currency, woe betide us, because prices of goods would continue to go up and up because it's a function of the imports. That is the biggest problem we have. Just look at between 2016 and today, the dalasi has deteriorated against the CFA by more than 40, well, exaggerated, by more than 30%, if I may say, because it was 300 and something dalasi for the 5,000. Now it is 560. I mean, it's a huge deterioration. Look at the dalasi against the dollar. It used to be about 49 dalasi, thereabout, to the dollar. Now it is 60 something. So this is the biggest problem that we face. We cannot stabilize our currency against other currencies, and we don't produce anything. Therefore, the imports would be very high. And another problem is our port is now dead. So therefore, a lot of the goods come through Senegal, and therefore would be more expensive to transport from Dakar to Gambia, and also to pay for the crossing of the goods from Bara to Banjul and then the Combos. So definitely the cost of goods will go up. These are the problems that we have to face. So we have to address that infrastructural issue, that is the port issue. We have to stabilize the dalasi. We also have to ensure that some of these things are produced in the country. Otherwise, the leakage would still continue. That is the leakage of foreign currency. That is the leakage of the capital that is being thrown away to other countries in exchange for what we eat or the things that we consume in Gambia. We have to change that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Musa.
We can't hear you now, Musa.
I guess I was working on the background noise, but I guess it's not working either. But I mean, Essa, pulling on that thread about coalition building, I am known to be a student of coalition building. In 2016, I wouldn't go to any platform without talking about coalition. Now, most people will say, when it comes to coalition, especially 2026, the devil is in the detail. You talk to any party, they will tell you they're open to a coalition. My question to you is, why do we need to form a coalition? For what? In 2016, we needed it to defeat tyranny, bring an end to the Jammeh era. For 2026, what would be the rationale to have a coalition of parties? And can you tell me, Essa Mbye's team, what are you open to when it comes to this coalition building? What are you willing to give? What are you willing to compromise?
I mean, this is a packed question. I mean, the first part is 2026 being different from 2016. Why do we need a coalition? Well, I would not say that. I think it's almost the same. It's except for the excesses of the government, of the Jammeh government, we do not obtain in the Barrow government, at least as far as I know, to his credit. I mean, but the self-entrenchment is still there. That is something that the Gambians want to change. And we all do know that changing an incumbent in Gambia is difficult because the odds are stacked against the opposition. In the first place, illegally, the entire government machinery is galvanized to prop the government in power, for the government to win elections. That is illegal, but can it be changed? It has to take a president who is really fair to the people and wants to stick to the rule of law to change it. Otherwise, they just take advantage of it. Look at last elections. Almost all government vehicles were corralled to assist the incumbent in the campaign. Look at Meet the Farmer stores. Those are used as political campaigns when these are supposed to be, consultation exercises between the government and the people. The whole governmental structure is pretty much available to the government to use unlawfully to support the incumbent. And because of that, it is necessary to augment the power of the opposition by bringing them together. That's the whole essence of it. You see, and also, I think it's a lot of savings, really, if we do not have a proliferation of parties. Gambians would have a better choice if the options were reduced to something reasonable. Last election was 6 candidates. It's not too bad. If you compare to Senegal, how many candidates they had, but still we can reduce it, to something more manageable. We can reduce it to something that would give the people a clear option, if you will. But in terms of what I want to give, I don't just I'm not going into politics only to help change from one leader to the next. That's not it. I am in this because I want to influence. I want to help bring about fundamental change in Gambia. I think that is what Gambians deserve. So a change of leader just for the sake of it would not necessarily cut it for me. I want that leader who can bring about that change. So I will not give my support to a leader that I would not believe can deliver that change. So if I am going to go into a coalition, I go into a coalition in which I want to be certain that whether I lead it or somebody else leads it, it is a coalition that I believe will deliver on the wishes and aspirations of the Gambian people. To put it laconically, I don't want to change a 6 for a 9, just as an example, without having any ulterior meaning behind it. I just want to ensure that there is genuine change. I want to ensure that we would have in place a government that is capable of bringing about the fundamental change that Gambia needs. A lot of the change that we need is going to be a painful exercise. Mr. Marong talked about the ERP or the PRSP, I think. Those were measures that were difficult and painful. I recall when the ERP was first brought to Gambia, that's when Jawara brought Tesito, because its achievement required Gambians to make huge sacrifices. And if we change government, by the grace of God, in 2026, we would need to make painful decisions. Ending corruption or reducing corruption to a manageable level would require painful decisions, which are not fun for any leader to make. Cutting the waste would also be painful decisions. You see, reprioritizing would also be painful decisions. But these are decisions that we have to make nonetheless. And we require a leader who is strong enough to be able to make those changes. We also need a leader. Gambia for now is suffering from an acute case of state capture. But we don't want a leader who's already captured by the time the person takes office. We want a leader who is independent in mind and spirit, and also in influence, to be able to make the painful decisions that the Gambians need to remove the country from these clutches of ineptitude and to put it firmly on the road for economic development and prosperity. That is what we need. And when I go in for coalition talks with anybody, these are the things that I have in mind. It is not about let's divide the cake to see who will get this or who will get that. I'm not so interested in that. And that's why I am working. That's why I work to earn my own living, because I do not want the dishing that is associated with some of the things that we do as politicians. So if I am sitting there discussing coalitions, what is at the back of my mind is not necessarily sharing the spoils of victory. No, I am more focused on what are the needs of the people and what a would-be government involving me and this group of gentlemen and women and ladies I am talking to would bring. If I believe that this alliance or the proposed leadership for this alliance cannot bring for Gambia what Gambia wants, I will not proceed with it. And that is why some of the talks I have had failed. It's not that those leaders are not capable. No, far from it. I do have tremendous respect for all these leaders. And I do believe that they mean well for the country. And I do also believe that they have what it takes to take Gambia to the next level. But the arrangements were such that I don't think, under the circumstances, it would have been able to deliver. Because if a leader is already under capture, that leader would be hamstrung to deliver on the necessary policy prescriptions that the Gambia needs to remove it from where it is to take it to where it needs to go. For me, these are important considerations.
Yes, sir. I wanna, and this is not my second question, Sariang, but he mentioned something, and he kept going back to it, and I just want a little bit of clarification. You said a leader under capture. I mean, what do you mean by that?
Look, Gambia is a very small society, all right? And a lot of us politicians owe a lot of debt and obligations, all right? And in Gambian society, these things are always expected to factor in decision making. So if you have a leader who happens to find herself or himself in such a scenario, it will be difficult for that leader to be able to make the difficult decisions in freedom and in independence without the interference of those to whom she or he owes those obligations.
Interesting. Yes, he's talking in quotes there. But
I'm not talking in quotes. I am just being honest.
Okay.
And putting it in such a way that that what I am saying would not be deliberately misinterpreted.
Let me be honest too with this question statement. As a follower of Gambian politics, I also do know that we're all talking about coalition. And as I listen to you, most Gambians would say the only viable coalition is to support a candidate that people believe, or a party, formidable force. And for that to happen, they can sit together at a table and then discuss the process. And to be very blunt and honest with you, most Gambians believe that you cannot have a viable coalition without the United Democratic Party leading it, because they have demonstrated it back in 2021. They've demonstrated in past elections as well. They are the main opposition parties. They have more votes than any other party. So most Gambians would believe that if we are serious on forming a coalition, that is something that we will all sit around and talk about that and talk about the process. That is, if we believe that we need to stop the incumbent and bring about change in 2026. Am I just being talking?
I think that is a huge fallacy.
Mm-hmm.
I do hope that 2026 would prove that this is a huge fallacy. I don't want to talk about individual parties. Like I always say, in whatever I do, I want to respect people on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And to that extent, I tend to be very careful and very measured about what I say concerning others. I am never afraid to say what I think. And I'm never afraid to say what I believe is the right thing to say. But equally, I do believe that it is important to be mindful and cautious about one's utterances.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, the political dynamics in Gambia is changing and changing rapidly. A party may be very big and strong today, but tomorrow it may be hemorrhaging supporters big time. A party may have been glorious today, but the next day, people are running away from it for one reason or another. That is why I say that this paradigm that you think is out there today is going to be there come 2026. I really beg to differ. I do believe that the circumstances of a lot of parties are going to change between now and 2026. And look, let's be honest. The government in power today is not as popular as it was in 2021 December. By how much? I don't know. And who knows what is happening with regards to other parties? Some of these parties may be coming up. A coalition can be a configuration of, there are lots of permutations and combinations that are possible, with or without some of the usual suspects that you talk about. But it does not necessarily mean that one of those suspects must necessarily emerge as the leader. Be rest assured that as it is, Gambians are yearning for a third option. Gambians want a better option than what is potentially available now. In fact, in 2021, there was a huge clarion call for a coalition between PDOIS and Sobea. A lot of Gambians in the diaspora were saying it. And ideas say that we were partly punished by the voters for not delivering that. And be rest assured that this time around, there is even a bigger call for a third option. Because a lot of Gambians, and I dare tell you, that most Gambians believe that either option A or option B, which you identified as the more obvious options, are not in fact the answer for Gambia's problems. The Gambian people want a third option, an option that is not enamored or anchored in these parochial values, and an option that is more focused on solving Gambia's problems, an option that is not captured, an option that gives the young Gambians an opportunity to thrive and blossom, an option that is focused on ensuring that in Gambia we are able to do the things that Gambians will run out to look for. Gambians are looking for that option. And I do believe that come 2026, that Gambians will have that option. And that option would be different from the options that you presently think about. That third option may perhaps be as potent or even more potent than what is on the table and may be capable of winning the day. And I look forward to that.
Thank you very much, Essa. Samba.
Essa, I just want to piggyback on Musa's question on coalition. In an earlier answer that you gave, you said that if there was an objective look at the candidates, you are ahead of everybody in terms of everything. Now, the question that I want to ask is, will Essa Faal and Sobia enter into a coalition that you will not be the presidential candidate?
Look, you have asked me the question at the beginning, whether you're going to run 2026.
Yes.
And my answer was deliberately calibrated. I said, by the grace of God. And I have a reason for saying that. It would be presumptuous of me, excuse me, or even arrogant, to seem to think that I must be the leader. I have to be the be it and end of it all. No. That would be arrogant. I do not believe for once that I am the only capable Gambian. I do know there are lots of Gambians out there who are probably by far more capable than me. All right? That doesn't mean that I should not have confidence in myself and tout my abilities. But if it comes to the crux, and I know that another candidate would be better than me, another candidate could assure victory and be able to deliver on the wishes and aspirations of the Gambian people, I will lend my support. Because it does not necessarily have to be me. That me syndrome is something that I seek to drive in Gambia. Because the important thing is to be able to deliver on the wishes of the Gambian people. But I will not support a coalition with a leader that I know will not deliver on the aspirations of the Gambian people. So my support for any coalition is going to be based on principled grounds. It would be more about Gambia, not about me or that individual, or about my party or another party. No. The most important thing really would be, with this formulation or with this combination, would we be able to attain victory? And will we be able to deliver on the wishes and aspirations of the Gambian people? If that is not possible, then I would look for other options. And I think that is the honorable thing to do, because I will not support, really, as a matter of principle, an arrangement that I know is going to further sink Gambia or will maintain the status quo and will dash the hopes of the Gambians. I will not do that.
Great answer. I know Asunobi saying that, but I said it. The other question
Just add that all the other answers are great. Just to lighten the mood.
Yes. Now the other question that I have is, I'm always at variance with Musa Jeng on these things. I am one of those who believe that there is a slippery slope in trying to police speech and going into dictatorship. The government of Adama Barrow is planning to table what they call the cyber security or cyber threat, some cyber thing. I wrote it down. I don't know where it is anyway. But what they are trying to do is to police cyberspace. If you read the bill, the draft, part of it, yeah, it's plausible. Like people posting pictures of nude people and all that. That is, but they're trying to pretty much police it to an extent that people who believe in free speech are worried that it is an attempt by the government to be able to go after those on social media who criticize the government. What is your view on this overdrive? That's what I call it, by the government in terms of whether we've had the IGP made a speech and threatened to go after people. This insulting must stop. But who define insulting and what does that mean? But what is your view on this whole thing about trying to police speech and balancing it with also making sure that at least we all respect each other to the extent that you're not going to go to social media and start insulting Essa Faal's parents or so? You are the legal mind. You are the one who studied writing legislation and all that stuff. I did not. What say you, Mr. Faal?
You see, in a lot of these things, there's no right or wrong answer. Maybe sometimes the best answer lies in between. Yes, free speech is a fundamental right, but it is not an absolute right. Okay. Freedom of speech is a fundamental right, but it is not an absolute right. Because remember that when you make a speech, you express your wish. But that expression of wish could also affect another person's character or another person's reputation or another person's right. But that person also has rights. So then you have a situation where you have a conflict of interest. How does the law address that? That's why every fundamental right in our Constitution has certain derogations. And those derogations are, it is limited on the basis of morality, on the basis of the rights of other individuals, and on the basis of other laws that exist in our body of laws. You recall that free speech is also limited by the right of another person not to have his or her character assassinated or to be defamed. And that is why we have the law of defamation. All right, so that the person is able to go to court to vindicate his or her rights. All right, so freedom of speech in that regard is limited. But we have seen where governments have used legislation to curb people's freedoms, and those are government excesses. And I'll give you an example. We had that in Gambia, wherein freedom of speech was so circumscribed that almost 140 journalists in Gambia had problems, or rather, journalists have had encounters with the government over 140 times. It's just because you have a government who was pushing back or rolling back the rights of individuals to freedom of speech. We have to find a balance. In every democracy, the people have to be given a space to say what they want and say what they think. But also, in so doing, they have to be respectful of the rights of other people and not to injure their character. So we have to find that balance. Give the people their freedom to speak. Give the people their right to critique the government. The people to express their thoughts. Give the people to exercise their religion and exercise it in the way they feel. People the right to assemble and demonstrate. People the right to assemble and all that. People the right to exercise their conscience. but also the right of other people not to have their privacy so violated in public, that too is important. And just ask yourself whether if you have privately shared something with a person in confidence, how would you feel if that person was to betray that confidence and parade that in public? You may feel bad. This day and age, with advances in social media and so forth, we have to rethink our laws and bring them in line with recent developments. And how do you do that? You have to find a balancing act. What is right against what is wrong? You allow what is right, and proscribe what is wrong. And this is also based on the morality of the society. It's not one glove fits all, because what is morally acceptable in the US may not necessarily be morally acceptable in the Gambia. So we have to have a balancing act based on the society, but also bearing in mind the developments in the modern world. That's why I say there is no right or wrong answer. We have to look at the policy prescriptions. We have to look at what government wants to do and why the government is doing it. If the intervention is going to advance our society, then fine. If it is going to hold us back, roll back the rights of the people, then it is wrong. But remember also that we are in a constitutional democracy. We have a court, that is the Supreme Court, which is the arbiter for all these things. It is the institution that can determine whether a particular act of parliament is unconstitutional, whether it infringes the right of the people on the Constitution. It is better for those people to interpret the law and make a decision on this, which would bind us all. I have not read the law that you have cited, but I do know that governments, especially governments that are very powerful, would want to use the law to control the actions of the people unconstitutionally, like happened between 1994 and 2016. I hope that is not the approach they are going to take with this. But remember that in 2020, there was an effort to also pass a bill that dealt with insulting the president. A lot of people questioned why the bill did not extend to other people. So it was discriminatory in its content. So that would not have passed muster because of the discriminatory aspect of it. But ask yourself the question, do we really want insults in our politics? If we don't want insults in our politics, perhaps we should consider making that law, not just for the president, but for everybody. But how would you implement that? What amounts to an insult? Sometimes, these are contentious issues. Does a person have a right to insult you? Does insulting you amount to a freedom of expression? So these are questions that are very difficult to answer. But I do want to believe that society has to regulate speech. You cannot just allow any form of speech. Even in the US, they don't allow any form of speech, and that is the height of freedom. But equally, I would argue that people should not be so people's rights should not be so circumscribed that the people are afraid to speak. Gambians must have a right to speak and to speak out, express their opinions, their thoughts, and challenge issues. But equally, I think in so doing, the law should be there to protect other people from being disabused, from being improperly treated. When that happens, those people should have a right to go to court and be able to protect their own privacy, be able to protect their own reputations. And I think that is important in any society. So
and that does not amount to criminalization of speech.
No,
When people are given the chance to go to court for remedy.
Yes, we have gone past that stage of criminalization of most speech, because defamation is no longer a crime. It is limited to a civil matter between two individuals.
And I have no problem with that. That's my contention. When you start to criminalize it, that's you have a problem. And here, not to engage in a debate, but if you have a government that would readily give a platform to an insulter, a government that would readily give a platform to an insulter to address a national gathering, but then wants to go after other insulters of other supporters of other parties, then you're not having an equal application of the law, and this is where you have a problem. But anyway,
but having the law would take care of that. Having a law would take care of that.
If you have a government,
if you have a law across the board, it will take care of that.
If you have a government that negates,
forget about the government. We're talking about the law.
Musa, I'm talking about the application of the law itself. If a government that is bringing a law would readily have an insulter in their platform, they are never going to prosecute that person in the first place. They're not interested in that. If you're prosecuting across the line, I have no problem with it. But that's not what is happening.
I think the issue here that Pa is raising is a question of application, which can apply on every aspect of the law.
Absolutely.
So if it's not on the freedom of expression law, it could be unlawful use of government resources in elections. The other sides, they don't have access and cannot benefit. So the problem of selective application of the law is the problem that we would have to deal with throughout every administration. But it is the responsibility of the citizens to hold the government to account when it does those things. And you have people like yourselves who are playing a valuable role in bringing these things out by naming and shaming. Those are things that society can use to keep a government in check. But I do agree with you that we have to be careful how we legislate against people's actions, especially when it comes to speech. There is a line where it is too far, but there is also a line that must definitely be reached in order to protect people. And I hope that this law has that sensible approach. But in any case, if it doesn't, the Supreme Court will be there to really arbiter over these things. I do hope that it would be so sensible that going to the Supreme Court would not be necessary. Are you guys now in agreement?
No, I'll never be in agreement with Musa.
Trust me, we will never. If
it is left to Musa alone, Musa doesn't respect human rights as much.
No, let him alone. All I'm saying is, like you indicated, social media has changed things. You can be in Atlanta with a big megaphone and say whatever you want to say. That's where I have a problem with. I wouldn't call that freedom of speech. It has to be regulated. I'm not into, yes, you're absolutely right, Pasamba. I don't want a law that only protects the president. I want a law that protects individuals. Simple as that. But anyway,
well, you know,
go ahead.
Unless you have a government that would have an equal and fair application of the law,
absolutely,
you're going to have problems, and that's not what you have.
Absolutely.
We have a government
that I am not taking briefs for the government.
No, you're not taking briefs.
My position has always been.
I do not.
My position has always been
with a government that cannot respect court decision.
My position has always been. Even if you remember Timmy Jame, I've always had a problem with these megaphones of insults I seriously believe that. This has nothing to do with defending this government or that government. You are an activist on steroids. You think anybody could say whatever they want to say, and that this is just what it is. Anyway, go ahead, my brother Sarian. We can take our debate behind the scenes.
Are you done? You got the last word, huh? Thank you, Uncle Musa.
Activists on steroids.
Hey, we will let you guys have the debate. It's okay. We know, Musa, for a fact that you are leaning MPP, so it's okay.
Yeah,
so it's all good, man. Good. All right. Hey, Mr. Faal, on your blueprint, I did not see where you mentioned the air transport sector. And I kind of wanted to, as you can see right now, I think there is a very scale of air transport that comes back and forth. And I think also that is something that we need to look at from more of a refueling to a transatlantic, trans-Europe, and, being a hub. But we have to work. But I don't know what your administration, say per se, is there thinking of how to modernize especially our airport to accommodate and kind of boost our economy?
Look, the blueprint is not a panacea, really, for all evils or for all ills that afflict the Gambia. It does not pretend that it will solve every problem. In fact, we limited ourselves to what we believe were the most difficult issues that needed to be attended to. That is not to say that air transport is not important. I, for one, am not a fan of what is happening with regards to air transportation in Gambia. Our facilities are rudimentary. Now, even aviation fuel is hardly available in Gambia. Flights would come to Gambia and they would stop either in Cape Verde or in Dakar to refuel before they take off. Very few connections are available for the Gambia. Very few airlines come to Gambia. There is a problem. And the biggest problem, really, is taxes. Taxes is the biggest problem. My brother, just look, between Gambia and Dakar, a ticket to go to Dakar and back could cost you $20,000. Just imagine. Between Banjul and Dakar, 25 minutes flight would cost you $20,000. That is way too expensive. And the reason for that is just because of the taxes. We have to rationalize the taxes in Gambia with the view to improving respective sectors, including aviation. We also have to make the necessary investments really in some of these sectors if we want them to improve. I mean, look at what's happening around our sub-region. A lot of these countries are investing in their airports. Look at Senegal. They have invested into a very good airport. But look at Gambia, what happened? The amount of money spent on refurbishment of the terminal building is more than what it cost to build the terminal building in the first place. What are you telling me? Are you insulting my intelligence? Changing a few tiles, beautifying slightly a few places, putting in an elevator, would that cost $14 million? That's the sum I had being bandied around. I don't know whether that is the actual sum. But this is what I have heard. But But if we don't make the right choices, if we continue to make the wrong decisions, we would continue to get the terrible answers that we don't want. Unless and until we take these things seriously. You will all recall that when our president came into power newly, he chartered a private jet. I think this was to go to London or somewhere. And upon his return, he was asked that the president, you spent $4 million on chartering a flight. He said, but this is small money. This is little money. It's just $200 million. I am saying that this is abuse of the Gambian people. I am saying this is wanton waste. $4 million could have gone a long way to improving that airport, to make other planes to find Gambia attractive for them to come to, and therefore make it easier for a lot of other Gambians to be able to travel abroad at cheaper rates. This is what I call misplaced priorities. But the amount of money that is said or claimed to have been spent on the refurbishment of the airport, if that is true, I think that is a serious travesty. That is a serious disservice to the Gambian people. And somebody has to account for this someday. We cannot let all these things go away. It's like people did not learn from the TRRC or did not learn from the Janneh Commission. But this is the reason why implementation of the results of these commissions are important, so that Gambians would learn that someday there would be accountability. How would anyone with good conscience contribute to that issue, be given that amount of money to spend on the airport? And this is what we have. Yesterday, I heard somebody lamenting that the roof leaks. Just imagine, after having spent this much money. And that is why I agree with you, Serian. This is an important sector. But to be quite candid, every sector in Gambia needs massive intervention. Every sector needs serious intervention. Every sector needs intelligent intervention. Gambia is not lacking of ideas. No, Gambians are very smart people. We have ideas. What we lack is leadership. That person who is able to sit there and dispassionately make the right decisions. The person who is prepared to sit there and look at everybody in the eye and to say that we're not going to accept this nonsense because it is not in the interest of the Gambian people. That person who is able to sit there and tell that next person sitting to him, if you take it, we will ask you to put it back there and you will be prosecuted. That is the kind of leader we need. A leader who is able to sit there and not be bamboozled by the nice words of his colleagues. A leader who is fixated on results. A leader who is prepared to put his ministers before the Gambian people and ask them to account to the Gambian people the results of their leadership and their stewardship. A leader who is able to make those difficult decisions and make sure that the Gambians get the best out of their situation. That is the kind of leader we need, and not the leader who would pick people who would support his position simply because they're supporting his position. We want a leader who is able to fight the corruption and not the leader who would applaud or partake in the corruption. We need a leader who will lead from the front and not a leader who would just step aside and watch as things happen, as if the leader is not cognizant about what is happening in the country. This is the kind of leader that Gambia needs. That is the kind of leader that Gambia deserves. Smart, intelligent, level-headed, committed, dedicated, and fearless. That is the kind of leader we need. That is the kind of leadership I am prepared to provide to the Gambian people. That is the kind of leadership I provided at the TRRC. And that is the kind of leadership that would produce the results. You know, some of you people may tend to laugh about these things. My brother, this is not comedy. This is tried and tested. Look at the TRRC and look no further. Go to the respective courts. You will get your references. We are not here to joke. We are here to deliver. In everything I have done it with commitment and seriousness, and with dedication and hard work. You have seen that election. 80-something days with little resources, I did what I did. I am proud of it. The results may not have been as expected because of our inexperience, because of the fact that the institutions were not there to ensure a level playing field, because the institution could not. One cannot fault the IEC. The IEC is comprised of good people who are prepared to work for the Gambian people. But the IEC cannot run elections by itself. The IEC depends on that government to run the elections. And you know what that means. So we are doing this because we have belief. We are doing this because we know it is possible, because we know it's doable. We are doing this because we believe that the Gambian people deserve it. You see, I have seen Ablai Wade. He tried for 20-something years. And some of the times he tried, he was laughed at and booed as the guy who just talks law and economics. In the end, he prevailed and he transformed Senegal. We have seen Usman Sonko. He tried. He was vilified. He was laughed at. He was reduced as someone who is insignificant and irrelevant. He was pushed aside, cast aside. He was attacked, brutalized, and jailed. At the end of the day, he prevailed. I have hope. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fowler, the question is, I've watched your interview on Kerfatu, and you mentioned we need to have an attitudinal shift in terms of our mentality towards politics, in reference to the common theme that, many poor folk go into politics. The politics was not meant for the well-educated and well-off. And understanding this, I think I agree. Looking at the composition of our National Assembly, number one, and what have they accomplished, number two, what is their attitude onto their day-to-day mandate and tackling the challenges of our country. So I quite agree. But now, in a greater scale, Gambia doesn't lack human resource capacity. We don't. We have Gambians doing fantastic things around the globe. They've chartered, and you're a prime example. Other Gambians out there. But if you look at the current structure of our current government, especially the advisors, and we think about all the challenges that we face, what would the Faal administration, in terms of especially recruiting and diversifying your human resource capacity, bringing folks who have the technical know-how, who had the experience and education to tackle some of our challenging problems?
My brother, you have touched upon a very important question. I have always said that Gambia's problems is not lack of ideas or lack of capable people. It's a failure of leadership. You see, during the Jammeh era, he said he had over 1 million people from whom he could choose to appoint to whatever position. It meant, therefore, that mediocrity, incompetence, and lack of concern, disinterest, became perennial malices in the public service. My first trip abroad, when I was in the Ministry of Justice in Gambia, this was around September 1994, came as a result of a terrible procurement debacle that happened at the RVTH. Why did it happen? Is Yaya Jammeh appointed a dispenser as CEO of RVH, as it was known then. So obviously, this gentleman had no clue what international trade was. He did not have the education. He did not have the experience. He did not have the understanding. He entered into a contract to buy a CT scanner with some Egyptian scammers. And I think at the time, the money that they made away with was over $5 million. I had to go to Egypt with a few Gambian policemen. I think Pa Aliu Jawara was with me. He's now advisor for the police in Gambia, to try to solve that problem. Why did we end up there? It's because someone who had no business being in hospital management was entrusted with that responsibility. That is just one example. And I learned this from an early stage in my career. And I said, this is terrible disservice to our country. That is still happening. We need a Gambian leader who has no complex over Gambian intellectuals. We need a Gambian leader who understands our Gambian intellectuals when they speak. We need a Gambian leader who would understand when intellectuals try to bamboozle him. We need that Gambian leader who's able to look at things, read laws, read papers, and be able to separate the wheat from the chaff. We need that Gambian leader who gets it. Unfortunately, we haven't had that for a long time. Because we don't have that. Even if you have a few Gambian intellectuals in government, they just bamboozle their way through. I'm not saying that Gambians in the public service are not committed. No, a lot of them are committed. A lot of them are dedicated, and a lot of them are honest. But they walk in a very poisoned pond, a pond full of incompetence, institutionalized incompetence. That has to change. You know what a Faal administration will bring to Gambia? The blueprint says it. We will bring on board the finest brains Gambia has produced. We would bring Gambians from everywhere, from all across the globe, for as long as they are qualified, for as long as they're honest, for as long as they're willing to work for the country. We would not be moved by a person's surname or the region a person hails from. Our only preoccupation would be who is best suited for this job and who is able to deliver, respecting the norms and values of the country. This is what would change countries. Look at Rwanda. After the genocide, the Rwandans working in all these top institutions, they resigned their jobs and came to Rwanda and were willing to help their country. We need a fundamental change of culture We need a fundamental change of the ways we do things. Take, for instance, nak bi fañ ko takala leke. That is a nonsensical philosophy that traps us into perpetual state of corruption. Nit ñi duñ nak lutax ñuy wara leka yefi xaalisi réew mi. This is a culture that we have to change. Rubber culture, Monica, that's what prevails today in the public service. All these things have to be changed. People have to be given jobs that they are qualified for. People have to be given jobs that they can do. People have to be given targets for them to deliver. People have to be given deliverables for them to work towards. A government that works without plans is a government that is doomed. A government that works without accountability is a government that is doomed. Compare us to other countries. Rwanda, every minister would come at the end of every year and accounts to the people what he or she has done. If you fail, you lose your job. Why can't Gambia institute that? But Gambia is the only place where ministers don't even understand the dockets that they are given to. Look at the quality that we have. You go to parliament. There are quite a number of them who could not even read the bills that they are given. I by no means suggest that everybody must have high-level education. No. I don't suggest that. But I do request that at least as a minimum, the people we entrust responsibilities to should have the capability to deliver what is entrusted to them. In an administration that I lead, everybody would have the necessary qualifications for the jobs that they're given to. And I don't care whether this person is being brought from Alaska, or this person is being brought from Norway, or this person is being brought from the Congo. For as long as the person is Gambian, has the necessary qualifications, has the necessary attitude, has the necessary honesty and level of integrity, that person has the job if that person is best suited for it. And this is the culture that we would want to put in every place. You see, one of Gambia's biggest problems is project implementation. You see that there is nothing in it for you, you forget it, you disregard it, the file disappears, you don't care. The country loses out. You know, when I was with the International Development Law Organization, I organized a training program in Ghana on public procurement. And there was, somebody's microphone, please. And there was this lecturer from, I think the person was from Algeria or so. So he was teaching Badea procurement rules, you know. And one of the problems that came up was, you know, I was just giving an introduction and saying that a lot of projects fail simply because maybe one letter was not written, or the letter was not signed, or they completely forget to respond to it. And suddenly, the guy started laughing. I said, what's the problem? He says, it's ironical that a Gambian is coming to Ghana to tell them about this thing when several Badea projects have failed in Gambia simply because a Gambian civil servant has not written a simple letter. I felt so embarrassed. But that is our country. Look at our public procurement. That is the biggest failure in Gambia. Everything is a deal. It's all about Kanyu Yekalante. You know why? Because if you have a government full of people who look no further than their own selfish interest, things will never work. But equally, if the government puts them in that situation, it's also another difficult thing. Because take a look at Gambia, for instance. Sometimes you don't blame public officials for being, well, a bit compliant. because of the situation, the circumstances they find themselves in. Every day they are being subjected to the indignities of poverty. Just imagine a police officer being paid $3,500. Now a bag of rice, a good rice, would cost $3,800. So it means, therefore, that our police officers can't even buy a bag of rice at the end of the month. But they have rent to pay. They have children to feed. They have transport money to pay. How would they survive? They will have to survive through the system. They have no choice. We are reducing them to the indignity of poverty. We are reducing them to be beggars because it's not their fault. We are forcing them to do that. And that is why if you have a dispenser at the hospital, the person has drugs there, the person may want to do something in order to get money to feed. We are subjecting them to all these problems. And it is unfair to them. Because the thing is, a human being can only take the problems up to a particular point. Beyond that, they crack.
Got it.
And
got
I
it.
don't.
Yes, sir. Got it. Got it. We got that. We got that. We run ads and then we will have one last round. Definitely.
My friend, you're not going to take 3 hours.
No, Essa, your answers are lengthy. So we want to allow you to talk to everybody. That is why, really.
No, you know what?
But that is what the question
just put it this way. With all the problems that we face, his first cabinet meeting would be over 10 hours. So
all right.
Well, I think that just shows that the
Gambiana. Welcome to Greenville Estate in the heart of Gunjur, just minutes away from the Gunjur Highway. The estate is located in a serene and nature-oriented environment which makes it the first community in the Gambia certified by the National Environmental Agency. As part of our Going Green initiative, beautiful trees grace the landscape as you drive into the estate, and we are planting even more trees. Go green and own a piece of our Greenville dream. With 673 plots of land available, you can purchase a plot today and start construction immediately. Find your next home at the Greenville Estate, an affordable estate that suits any budget.
While you have certainly heard about coronavirus, commonly called COVID, you might not know these important facts and ways to protect your family from the illness it can bring. COVID can be very contagious through air, touch, or sharing food. It has been studied at length, and we can share with you what we know so far. Who are we? We are New World International, a non-profit organization located in Washington State, and our mission is to educate people about coronavirus. The coronavirus can cause serious illness and, yes, even death if not treated right away. The symptoms are similar to the common flu: fever, cough, sore throat, and shortness of breath. Many people experience these symptoms and wait too long to seek medical attention. That can be a life-threatening mistake. Certainly, keeping a safe distance from others that appear to have flu symptoms is advisable. It's always better to be safe than sorry. If you develop these symptoms, there won't be any way for you to know that it's just a common flu unless you have a test done. It's best to seek out a doctor, nurse, health worker, or health facility to get advice and treatment if needed. If you are a student, report the conditions to your teacher right away. By all means, stay home if you are sick. Always cover your mouth and nose if you sneeze, and wash up afterward. The contagion spreads with the moisture droplets. As you have heard, there is a vaccine available for coronavirus. Seriously consider receiving a vaccine before you become ill. And above all, consult with your doctor when you do not feel well. For more information, please visit us online at newworldinternational.org.
Top Samba, xanaa yaay jàng alquran foofu?
Non, da nga foog. Dafa am lu ma doon déglu di kii la yaa ko bëggee. Yom la loo seetaan.
Man li leen boobu leen bu doon ron sax. I thought that Yakombe was just joking until Mawahayo Nganema, no, she wasn't actually not joking. So Yakombe,
yeah, I didn't even know she was not serious because after when I saw that, I'm like, wow, Lumo Santa Gayeb Nitla. And she used the money to buy ram to
so another announcement from Brother Solvaji. We've been talking about coalition. Now there's this group, Coalition for Change. They're having a meeting in Atlanta, July 6th. So we are encouraging everybody to come to that meeting. It's going to be held at Savannah Event Hall, Coalition for Change. So Essa, we're just going to do one round. But I mean, thanks for you've definitely. I know. I mean, it's been like what? 1 o'clock we started, 1:30.
Yeah, it's been over 3 hours. Well, 2.5 hours almost.
Yeah. But I believe that people are glued. And I've been getting a lot of texts. So I'm going to, my last round of questions, I'm going to pull one of these texts, Essa. And these are maybe not your supporters. Call them distractors if you want.
Yeah.
They're like, money. Essa Faal is no Sonko. Because you made the comparison of Pastef. They're saying Pastef was in the wilderness for 15 years. Pastef, in the last general election, the guy pulled 19% of the votes. Essa is no Pastef, and I don't see how he's kind of pulling this comparison between whatever happened in Senegal and his own candidacy. What do you say to this person?
Well, everyone is entitled to his or her opinion. And that is why it is important to have the law of freedom of speech to buttress Pasamba's position. You see, but I think the person commenting may have misunderstood something. And in his comments, he even buttressed my point.
Mm-hmm.
He said Pastef was in the wilderness for 15 years. Didn't he say that?
Yes.
Exactly. I used the example of Abdoulaye Wade, that he's been running for a very long time. That does not mean that I am comparing myself to Abdoulaye Wade or wants to be Abdoulaye Wade. Equally, I am not comparing myself to Sonko or saying that I am Sonko. Never, I'm not saying that. Sonko is a phenomenon in Senegal, and I respect him very much for what he has done for Senegal. You see, every society produces its own heroes at particular epochs in history. Pretenders or people who emulate others hardly become those heroes. You have to be authentic. You have to be your own person. So I am not pretending or wanting to be Usman Sonko. I cannot be. I think I have sufficient confidence in my abilities and what I want to achieve. To want to be me, I want to be Essa Faal. I have my own ideas and my own wishes of what I think I can do for my country. Just like Sonko had his own ideas and his own wishes for what he wants to do for his country. You see, what Sonko has done for Senegal is something Gambia has already done in 2016. We have gone past that stage. What we need in Gambia is completely different. What we need in Gambia is a sensible leader, a new, dynamic, young and sensible leader who could remove Gambia from the clutches of ineptitude. Someone who is willing and able to remove Gambia from nonsensical policies to policies that, and move Gambia to policies that matter for the people. A leader who is able to draw Gambian intellectuals and get them interested in helping their country. Gambia's problems are completely different. What we need is to bring the Gambians to work. Those who can would take up the responsibility and the mantle, and those who cannot should step aside and move away and leave it to those who can. Those are the people that Gambia needs to deliver Gambia to the promised land. We don't need. Thank you. I guess that answers the question.
Yeah, it did. It did. It did. But another distractor, I mean, it's important for us to put this out there.
But these are important people also. These are important people.
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. And what they're saying is, where was Essa Mbye Faal before 2016? We knew about the Halifa Salahs of this world. These are people that came to the diaspora, taken from state to state, fighting like hell to bring an end to tyranny. The Essa Mbye Faals of this world, they were busy doing something else, working for international organizations, taking care of themselves. And all of a sudden, they come out of the woodwork. What do you say to that?
You see, when a person dislikes you, they would want to take negative and heap it on you. You see, that question is a non-starter. Every individual must have a beginning. If you are asked, where were you before your beginning? It's a foolish and stupid question. But I would excuse the person who asked the question because this is just a trumpeting of something that people have said because they have nothing by which to criticize me. There must be a start as to when I am coming to the fray. Uncle Halifa Sallah had a start to when he came to the fray. Was he asked, where were you before all this time? Ba Usainu had a start. Was he asked, where were you before this date? Adama Barrow, president, had a start. Was he asked, where were you before this date? You see, these are questions that don't even deserve an answer. Every person must have a start date. All right? And let me tell you something. I don't know who the caller supports, but compare my record for Gambia against the person that he supports. Compare it. I dare tell you that my achievements for Gambia and in Gambia would dwarf significantly the achievements of the person that he supports. Take it from me. From my early days as a lawyer, I participated in writing the good governance framework for Gambia. That was one of the most important documents in Gambia's public policy at the time. I participated in that. The 1997 Constitution, I wrote the promulgation order. That is a significant achievement. In 1995, or 1995, I participated as lead counsel in the commissions of inquiry for public corporations. And in 1997, I became the lead counsel. I did Gamtel Ports Authority, Gambia Civil Aviation Authority, GPMB and GPTC, I think. That is massive contribution. I wrote the performance contracts for the public corporations in 1997. That is significant. I represented Gambia at the UN Security Council and wrote resolutions for the UN Security Council. I started sending Gambian peacekeepers with the blessing, of course, of President Jammeh. That program is still ongoing. I worked in international organizations, not only as Essa Faal, but as Essa Faal from the Gambia representing Gambia. And I kept Gambia's name flying high in the international community. Mm-hmm. People like me have earned Gambia a great deal of respect internationally. So do not trivialize what we have done or what we have achieved. Today,
thank you very much. Thank you.
Let me just finish. Mm-hmm. Today, I am doing the Rohingya case. And the Rohingya case is important for the entire Muslim Ummah. It's a case that is important for Gambia. You think that is irrelevant? You think that is trivial? Compare those achievements with what your leader has done. I have done the Truth Commission, which is the most significant achievement, I believe, in my book. I may be biased, but I believe it is one of the most significant achievements between 2016 to date. You want to trivialize that as not having any meaning? My friend, I have done for my country what I can. Where I have been called to serve, I have served, and I believe I have served with distinction. And I want to continue that trend. And that is why I am asking to be given the chance to lead the country. And if given that opportunity, I would act in the same way with distinction. Thank you.
And again, maybe the question didn't come out across, but it gave you the opportunity to tell them exactly what you have done. And I think you've accomplished that. Go ahead, Pop Samba.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to ask you where were you. But there are families today, as we speak, who would never see their loved ones again. Aja Majula Haidara, 26 years old. Alaji Dabo, Banjul, 20 years old. Bubakar Sar, Bara, 26 years old. These are young people, our young. Within the past few days or hours, died allegedly from using kush or whatever they call it. It is a sad thing that is happening to our country, that is killing a lot of our young people and also sending a lot of them into destitution. Forget President Essa Faal. Essa Faal, the citizen, who has vast legal experience. What needs to be done, because it is an emergency matter, it cannot wait to 2016. What would you advise the government to do right now to address this problem that is really destroying our country now and destroying the very future of our country?
Well, thank you for this very important question. I have noted it as an issue that I would like to discuss, but thankfully you've raised it. I am planning with someone to hold a massive campaign in Gambia against the use of kush. One, to sensitize the people, and two, also to give us a platform to come up with policy prescriptions. You see, in one of my speeches, I have spoken about the drug problem, and I gave this story of a young boy who was arrested for drugs. And he was taken away by the police. 2 hours later, the boy came back. and he was asked what happened. He said, guy dama len dankal ñaari aaj rek ñu bàyyi ma. In fact, ñoma may ride be ci koñ bi. That is what is happening in Gambia. Sometimes you cannot blame the police, because if you are desperate for the past the next day, you try to get it any which way. We are lucky that the police are not, in fact, robbing the people. We are lucky they are not. Our people are disciplined. Why the mantra, the mentality, they also indulge. That fuels the policing of the drug problem. How many times have we had in Gambia that a container of drugs had been interdicted at the port? I think several times. Do the Gambian people know what has happened to it? Has it gone back into recirculation? Do we know anything about it? I think selling heroin or cocaine or kush anywhere in Gambia would be a place that people would know about. Why aren't these people arrested? There is a fundamental problem. The problem is not knowing where it is or who is selling it. It's having an effective system that could arrest these people, have them prosecuted, and be sentenced appropriately. That is the problem. Just imagine, Kush is not from Gambia. We don't know Kush. Kush is from Sierra Leone. Just imagine, Gambia, if you are arrested as these kids, you are arrested with one joint, you are sent to Mile 2 for 5 years. And we feed you for 5 years. We destroy your life by taking you out of circulation for 5 years. We keep you in a horrible condition for 5 years and get you used to or accepting crime. And then we release you in society without any training. So we have damaged you. That is what we do to Gambians, mainly Gambian youths. But those who sell the hard drugs, they are there. Nobody is touching them. In fact, in Gambian society, you do certain terrible things, people clap for you. Hey, this is the lingo that we have in Gambia. And these are things that have to change. But it is not just the drug problem that is one of the ills of Gambian society today. Look at people in Tanka Tanka. They are all forgotten. Nobody talks about them. We have to be serious and take serious measures. And Essa Faal government would police these things seriously. Look, the law is there. Okay? The law is there. We have to, ensure that the law is applied. But nowadays in Gambia, a lot of drug issues are negotiated even before they get to court. So if people are put in a situation where, because they do not have what it takes to run a family, well, if they catch a drug dealer, they might be minded to make a deal in order to get something for their survival. So it's a question of me against them. This is the situation in which we have reduced our police, we have reduced our law enforcement officers. This is the situation that we have reduced Gambian public officers too. And this is the problem that I have. And this is the beginning of all our problems. This is the beginning of the corruption of the system. That's why we need a system change. People have to be paid enough to be able to survive so that they can do the job properly. So kush, heroin, ecstasy, and all these things would continue to be there. for as long as our law enforcement officers cannot rely or depend on their salaries. So this drug problem is fueled by the corruption in the system, which is further fueled by the low salaries that we pay our public officers. And these two, all these are inextricably linked. Gambian youths are also resorting to drugs in order to run away from their problems. And unless and until they are given opportunities, they will continue to resort to drugs as an outlet. These things have to change. We have to invest where would impact the life of Gambians. We have to augment salaries. We have to pay people properly. Streamline the public service. Have the best people, pay them well so that they can survive. Those that you will remove, give them handshakes to enable them to do something else with their lives. That way you have a cadre of people who are able to do the jobs because they are well incentivized. When you have that, you would be able to police people. If a person is caught dealing with kush, the person would go to court. And with that, if we have stiff sentences, that would remove the incentive for people to deal in kush. If I were president today, I would put in place a law through parliament for sentence to death for any person who is selling kush in Gambia. Because this is a drug to kill people. Therefore, any person dealing in it deserves nothing but to face the same punishment. If you have these stiff punishments, people would not have much incentive to sell it. If you educate the Gambian youths, sensitize them, they'll be dissuaded from doing it. If you have good law enforcement and the police are well paid, well incentivized, they will not take bribes. They would police and they would arrest these people and they would take them to the police and have them prosecuted. A lot of people escape simply because those who are to police them have no choice but to accept arrangements that allow these people to continue to be in circulation. These things have to change.
These things have to change, Essa. Change was something that we expected too. When the TRRC, even prior to the TRRC, we've been talking about the conditions of our prisons. And that's where a lot of our young people go to too. Mile 2, the water chew, and all these things that we used to hear about Mile 2 and the camps or whatever, mostly Mile 2 and the problems that we had at Mile 2. The consensus was that it was not fit for purpose and needed to be shut down. Barrow would be president now for almost 8 years, 7 years now, going to 8. Almost everybody who formed part of the coalition, the key players, had at one point or another went to Mile 2, came out sick, complained about it. In fact, the first document ever written about Mile 2 was written around 1984-85 by Halifa and Samsar. How many more will have to die at the Mile 2 prisons and emergency situation? Why is Mile 2 still operational? And what needs to happen to make sure that at least we have a prison that can rehabilitate and not one like Mile 2 that is not fit for even an animal to live in?
This is a very important question. And I have said it many times, that Mile 2 is not fit for purpose. It should be shut down. I think I have done my job. One of the things that I brought out in the TRRC was the state of the prison. With the commissioners, I organized a visit to Mile 2 prison so that the Gambian people can see for themselves the inside of this place. That was my second time entering Mile 2 prison. That day I cried. I got home, I could not sleep. Because you know what? Prison is a place that anybody can go to. Today, it's Party A's turn. Tomorrow, it would be Party B's turn. And therefore, we have to be careful how we keep it. And that is why we did that exercise, so that Gambians would see what mild 2 prison is. I think I wrote in the report that it is a human rights violation to incarcerate anybody at mild 2 prison. And that is why we wrote those recommendations that mild 2 prisons should be shut down, because it is not fit for purpose. It is sad that in the name of taking away a person's liberty, a person's freedom of movement, we can subject a person to the cruelty of living in such substandard conditions. It is very sad. People go into mild 2 sane and fit. They leave mild 2 sick and tired. It is a very sad tragedy. It has to be changed. I have done what I could to change it by ensuring that the TRRC came up with the appropriate recommendations. But I do believe that all of us Gambians have a responsibility to keep talking about this and to hold the government accountable for its failure to address the situation. There was a time, though, the government was interested in addressing the problems, but that interest soon dissipated. I don't know what is responsible for that, but this is an important issue that we have to deal with. But it is a malice that affects all our institutions, really. If you go to Tanka Tanka, it's also a terrible situation. You know, you recall, Pa, that there was also this institution where people with TB were isolated.
Venture.
I think Venture is still there. But the last time I visited Venture, the conditions were terrible. So it means that in all these institutions, really, they are pretty much just forgotten. I understand that our country has problems. We cannot solve all the problems all at once. But that is why we have to choose our priorities. And that is why we must cut the waste. And that is why we must cut all the corruption. TRRC, it emerged, didn't it? That instead of using the money to buy bulls to feed the prisoners, they were fed with rotten meat.
Yep.
What is that? That is corruption. It emerged in TRRC that the rations were being shared by the wardens and the guards instead of it being cooked for the prisoners. It emerged also that they were given food that was not fit for human consumption. The reason is the corruption. The police or the wardens allegedly would steal the food. But why would they do that? Because they too don't even have enough. Because their salaries are not enough. That's why Gambia must do a critical assessment. Gambia must make a study of the food basket, how much it would cost to feed an average Gambian family. And we peg the salaries accordingly. Even if it means that we have to streamline the public service, I would rather have 5 police officers who are paid well than have 15 who are poorly paid. Because you subject all 15 of them to indignities of poverty. But if you have 5 of them and you pay them well, at least you have 5 people who would be prepared to make the sacrifice to work properly. These are choices that Gambia has to make. This wouldn't be the first time to make those choices. You remember in 1983, when Gambia had this ERP, the Gambia had to look at the public service and study it carefully and came up with a redundancy program. A lot of civil servants were removed from their jobs, but they were not removed and thrown away. They were removed and given incentives and given the opportunity to start a new life. Even in the US, these things do happen. You help them to reschool them, train them in something else, or give them money to start businesses or start doing something else. That is what you do. Streamline the public service. Make it efficient. Remove the dead wood, but also give them the opportunity to re-establish in something else. If we don't do that, we have this bloated public service. They will be poorly paid. And therefore, what we want from them, they cannot deliver because they are conditioned not to deliver, conditioned by their poverty. We have to change that. If we respect our public servants, if we respect our police, respect our teachers, we have to pay them properly.
We have to change that. Sariang, last question on Essa's closing. We're getting up to the 5 o'clock hour.
Sounds good, Musa Faramus.
Go ahead,
my boss, I know you are tired. It's been a while, but let me Mr. Faal, I thank you very much. And listening to you, obviously, and your background and what you have accomplished so far, especially being the human rights lawyer, I've seen you use the words subject to citizens to poverty. Now, this question is in your capacity as a citizen, irrespective of presidential ambition. For a couple of months, we've seen this road clearing mission, getting out there, clearing things. Quite frankly, some of the videos you watch, and it's heart-wrenching. What is that going to accomplish? My question to you, in your capacity as a citizen, what can you do in terms of even reaching out to the AG, hopefully draw a middle ground, some leeway or some time frame for these folks to move? Because obviously some of them, their survival depends on these. You see in local markets, they say local vendors, they travel from villages, come out there, sell their stuff. At the end of the day, they buy stuff and take it home to cook a dinner. They don't have a salary every month. So and watching these sometimes, yes, it's great. But even the Western world, they have from June all the way to September, they have Sunday markets. They block up the main center. They post police officers. Vendors are out there and sell from noon all the way to 6 o'clock. That is acceptable. But if we say this, yes, with national development. But what can you add your voice of logical reasoning to bring some type of rationale in this endeavor?
I think that there's been over-policing and wanton destruction of property and a violation of rights of the people. You see, all of us are interested in having cleared roads. It's nice to have cleared roads, but you can clear roads without destroying people's properties. You can clear roads by discussing with the people how to do it in a way that preserves the little thing that people have. I saw one video where the police or the demolition team, because I would not call it a road clearing team, I would call it a demolition team, because all they were doing was demolishing things that they had no business touching. If a person has a table placed somewhere that the table should not be, tell the person to take away his or her table, or serve the person notice to take away his or her table. Because remember, this is law. This is public nuisance. And the law in Gambia is you should be given notice to remove that nuisance. It does not give the law enforcer the authority to come and demolish that thing. That is wrong. But even if the law had given them the power, just imagine one Essa has one little table in one corner where he sells fruits to feed his family. He needs that table. You come and destroy that table. Just imagine. It is heartlessness. It is cruelty. It is lack of concern for the people. It is unnecessary overzealousness. It is wrong. It is a violation of the rights of the people. It is the poor people who are selling in the streets. And we have to be considerate. Even in the application of law, it has to be done humanely. It has to be done with a human touch. It's the poor people who are treated like this. Is this not the rich people? No, it is not. So there's been selective application of the law. There's been overzealousness in the application of the law. They've been stepping out of the law, and they've been harming the people. It is absolutely wrong. I support clearing the roads, yes, but we could do it in a way that would not harm the Gambian people. Just imagine if they were to calculate the amount of capital that's been lost in this process, the amount of tables, the amount of equipment that has been destroyed, the amount of construction that's been destroyed, and what's been achieved. You know what? It's disheartening that they will destroy or demolish these things and leave the debris behind. So instead of clearing the roads, they have in fact littered the road with more debris. I think this has been a terrible tragedy. Whosoever is responsible should someday be called to account. And I do hope that the people, all of them who are affected, will hold the government accountable for this nonsense, because it is terrible. You see, policies can be very good, but their application, their implementation could be terrible, and they can produce terrible results. This is one good example. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Faal. Hey, I have this one question, and I think Father Mose will be very happy because I think he's up to something today. So, Mr. Faal.
Now I'm getting
Mr.
suspicious.
Mr. Faal, our school of thought, it says anything worth doing can be done alone, right? But we've seen, say, as leaders, sometimes the way our country, the challenges that we face, especially in the current day of our republic, it needs good leadership. It needs a leader who's going to aspire to the aspiration of the citizens, for them to feel good about our country, a better tomorrow for our country. In closing, under President Essa Faal, what would be your priorities? Obviously, looking at our polarized nation in terms of everything that you talk from tribe, all sort of things, how would you coalesce different sectors of our population to come together to form a more perfect union?
Well, this is a very important question. And I think for every Gambian leader, this is a question that the person should always ponder. I have said that every Gambian leader should make this pledge. That is the pledge to work for the unity and reconciliation of all Gambian people. Our primary occupation should be our Gambianness. Our primary occupation should be one Gambia, one people, united under one common objective, which is to work for the development and upliftment of all our peoples. No one left behind. No place less important than the other. It is only that way that Gambians would also see the need to buy in to that objective. But it has to take a leader to make it happen. At the TRRC, we tried to reconcile communities. We tried to recognize some of the historical tragedies that happened when some communities are left behind and others are favored. In an Essa Faal presidency, by the grace of God, all Gambians would have a right and a seat at the table. Young or old, male or female, from all corners of the country and from all communities in the country. All of them would have a seat at the table. And all of us would focus on one thing, and one thing alone. What it is that serves the best interest of the country. We may appear very polarized, but we are very connected. I would want to focus on the things that unite us and not those that divide us. I would want to focus on our cohesiveness, the things that make us Gambian, the things that make us better neighbors for each other, the things that are important for our development as an entire people, as a nation. I will focus not on religion, because all should be equal before the Constitution. All of us should be human beings under the Constitution, under the law. The rule of law should therefore play a very significant role in our dealings with each other. Because the moment the law is skewed in the interest of one against another, then problems would surface and the so-called unity would crack. And that is why the rule of law is quite important. And that is also why we must have a good constitution. But be rest assured that in the Essa Faal presidency, I would work hard for the unity of all Gambian people. Just like I am doing today. Every day, every time I make a speech, I talk about the unity of the Gambian people. We are so mixed. We are so mixed that we cannot afford cracks in our union as a people. You know, in the work I do, I have come across states wherein they have allowed divisions to fester, leading to war. And Gambians, including me, have encountered a lot of these countries. I'll give you an example. In one country, they allowed the situation to deteriorate so badly, they had to go to war. In 100 days, 800,000 people were killed. In another country, because of politics, they went to war. In 7 days, 1,356 people were killed. In another country, they went to war. 300,000 people were killed in 3 days. I happen to have been involved with all three countries. The first country decided to get its act together and put aside their differences, unite as a people. Today, they are one of the best countries to live in Africa. That country would be Rwanda. And Gambians worked very hard in solving the justice problems in that country, ensuring accountability. Syrian, you know what I'm talking about because your brother worked in that tribunal. The other country, they decided to put their differences together, united, and through that unity, they took over the government and put that country into the path for development. That country would be Kenya. I worked for both those presidents. The third country is the Sudan. They decided to continue to polarize. They are still fighting a war. I indicted their former president, President al-Bashir. You see, the lesson to be learned from this is that these little divisions do not help a nation. If we are united, our country would develop. If we are disunited, our countries will struggle. Look at Senegal. They decided to put aside all these prejudices and coalesced around an individual, regardless of some of these differences. And today, their country is on the path to development. We have lots of examples, and Gambians have been involved in many of these countries in trying to help solve the accountability issues that arose out of these differences. We have a lot to learn from this. The TRRC gave us a good example, and I think that is something we should learn from and move forward. Be rest assured, if I were elected president today, I will work assiduously to ensure the unity of the Gambian people. And that's why I do say that all political leaders should make this pledge. And the pledge is, we condemn tribalism. And we pledge to work very hard to achieve one Gambia, one people. And I ask all political leaders to make that pledge. Once we all make that pledge, a lot of the problems, or perceived problems, because a lot of this is not real problems, these are perceived problems. A lot of these perceived problems would disappear. And once those problems disappear, you would see a different Gambia. A Gambia in which the content of your head would be more important than your surname. A Gambia in which what you can deliver to the country would be more important than where you are from. A Gambia in which what you bring to the table would be more important than who your father or your grandfather is. This is what we need to take Gambia to the next level. We need educated, competent people, selfless people, people who has no interest and no commitment other than complete loyalty and dedication to Gambia and only anything Gambia. That is what I
would definitely be the last word. It was a powerful phrase. We're right down at 5 p.m. Essa, I'm sure your supporters are happy, and people didn't know you. They know you now. I can tell you that.
Thank you very much, guys.
We appreciate you, and we thank you, really, not only as the platform, but as Gambians too. Hearing from an aspirant, somebody's running for office, and hey, the Gambians, the people that are watching, they'll have to judge. As far as I'm concerned, when I fall in with a mom, into the mom, definitely deliver. And I know some sister Mariam Fall must be very happy today.
But for us, this is normal. I worked very late yesterday because I am striving to achieve certain deliverables in a very looming deadline. So, but your questioning definitely kept me alive. Some of them have been very difficult.
You know what? No. But the reason I didn't intervene, Mr. Faal, we throw a bait several times and you did not go for the bait, and I love you for that. So I can tell you that right now.
Thank you. Why Seri Andal? Jeremut Magam Tay. Seri Andal, Jeremut Magam Tay.
So just the announcement for the
thank you very
what
much.
they call them, the Coalition for System Change.
Yes.
I think I need to say this. Announce the Coalition for System Change, the diaspora-driven initiative, will launch a summit in the ATL, July 6th, 2024. Coalition for System Change. So, guys, there you have it. Come to Atlanta for the July 4th, Coalition for System Change. We'll be there. And Essa, we thank you immensely, definitely. We appreciate
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Great job. Great job. Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Musa, but I think this was
somewhere. Somebody is
Coach,
coming
I
from
thought
Mecca.
this was supposed to be Tobaski special, and the ex-team viewers supposed to send a their request Salibo to our boss Musa again. I don't know why Tukulor C did not do this, and I don't know why Lamdo did not do this. I don't know why Sol Baji sent a Salibo request to our able boss, because this was supposed to be Tobaski special. So you guys keep on it.
But sorry, well, maybe you know what? I mean, when is July 4th now? In the next couple of weeks, you're gonna be in Atlanta. Who knows? Maybe we can just have something like a special during the July 4th that we put out there. You know, we'll try to work something out. So, guys, stay tuned. You may be having 40 people by the people special at the July 4th.
Yeah, but he did well. So
Oh yeah.
You throw the bait. I'm gonna jahase and inside UDP Essa Faal, and he says no, I'm not gonna do that, Father Mose. I'm not taking the bait.
Hey, people expect questions so that he can bring clarification. If you don't ask them, it wouldn't be fair.
All right, man. Thank you.
Tell more about the Coalition for Change. Coalition for System Change. Not any other information. It's going to be held in Atlanta, July 6th. Now, time be Solbaji. You didn't mention it, so I have no idea. But Coalition for System Change. All right, guys. Bob Samba.
Yes, sir.
When I'm not bro, next Sunday at Jama.
Akasa.
Inshallah.
We'll come back again.
And thanks to all the listeners and the people that we have some very loyal people who are always here. Everybody, we really appreciate you guys.
And apologize to the to our support, like my Jame. Definitely, she gave us an ad, but for whatever reason, we haven't been able to coalesce it with the new ones, so that we can serve all three of them. But we will compensate you for that. You know, we will. Are
you going to amend the contract, then extend it out for my since you failed to deliver? Since you.
All right, guys.
All right, man.
All right, man. Thanks. Yeah.
All right, guys.
Later.
Hold on.
Hello. Hey, I'm doing well.